Welcome back, everyone.
Hello.
Let me get myself on the right page, so to speak. Got that annoying thing where you've got multiple streams, and instead of the cursor going clockwise, it goes anti-clockwise. Makes your brain work.
Hey, Paula, was Ollie at the Remembrance?
Yes, he was. He
Wonderful.
Yeah, and Peter Boss.
Oh, I'm pleased.
Yeah, he was.
I felt very guilty for missing it.
But you know, it was very low key. There was only half a dozen people. There were some people from the MIQ. There was a police representative. There was Lisbeth from the Dutch embassy, and really it's just a few. But it was lovely. I think Martin. I don't know if Martin's online at the moment. It was beautiful, given the constraints that we face. It was just a really lovely thing. So they're going to put together. The RSA took the lead, well, the Army took the lead actually, and they're going to put together a little tiny video clip that we can send to EPA to acknowledge. That was, yeah, I thought it was lovely.
Excellent. I heard the last post from my balcony. I could hear it coming across the river.
Ah, yeah, he's wonderful, because that's part of this Hamilton Civic Choir. And I get to be patron of that as mayor, amongst other things. But that gentleman is a music teacher in schools, and he can't teach anything at the moment. So he's pretty heartbroken about that, because anything that involves breath, singing, blowing, anything, so they can't do it. So that's pretty, as a musician who loves to teach, but he's just loves, and it's so nice, isn't it, Ewan, to have it played like that instead of taped.
Absolutely.
Is that the same bugle guy that did the service not so long ago?
Yes,
a couple of years ago.
Yeah, he did the last. He did the last Anzac one.
Yeah,
but there was a different bugler the year before, but we always try and get someone from one of our civic things. I'm just getting on the right page.
Yeah, I think we had him in when I was doing breakfast radio, and he taught us to actually play the bugle through a garden hose. It was unbelievably good. So much fun. It was with me and Julie way back then.
He taught you to play bugle the last post.
Yeah, he put his mouthpiece into a garden hose and had a funnel out the other end of it. It was really impressive.
Excellent.
You can play a bugle 5 doors down.
Great. All right, everyone. Thank you. I hope you are fed and watered. And yes, disappointing with the news when it came actually above double digits where it was first thing this morning to 20. That's quite a lot. Good news around that is that 18 of them are linked in some way, and many of those were already isolating when they were tested for COVID. So
no update as to the suburb?
They didn't say anything. I haven't seen anything at all. No, I haven't seen any specificity, but I will be following it. We are, and believe me, Jeanette's somewhere here, and James, they know we're after it. And I don't think it'll be long before the public starts saying where are they and what's what. you know, the privacy is one thing, but I think broad scale areas of the city and locations of interest are pretty critical to people's concerns and in controlling people's behaviour and anxieties and fears. You know, it just gives you a sense of confidence in your city. And also, like you say, from Sarah's point of view, she's right, then we can target and Kesh, you know, that what it's like, we can target our assistance to where it should go. However, I'm doing my best because it's not my day job either. All right, excellent. So we're on to the reform programme, of which there are several parts of reform, if we were unaware already. So Sean, are you kicking us off on this one, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Paula. Kia ora, everybody. I'll just by way of sort of short introduction. So you may recall that at our last workshop, we talked about presenting reform in a slightly more holistic way. And so this is the first report to Council, which is presenting the various reform programs, or the major reform programs, at least from central government, with updates on each, and any recommendations or actions will sort of come through this report on a regular basis to the various council meetings. I am not going to speak to any of the substantive items on here. Blair will just sort of introduce and talk to any kind of items around the resource management reform. Julie, the same for Future for Local Government, and then Stephen on the waters piece. We are aware that there's probably a bit more discussion on the waters piece, perhaps than the other two. So my suggestion was going to be that we let Blair and then Julie just sort of introduce those aspects of the reform and cover off any questions relating to those before moving on to the waters piece, if that's So everyone's happy with that.
Mayor Paula, before you start, could I just signal a motion which I have...
I have received your motion, and I believe...
Sorry, hang on a sec. I actually had my hand up about 10 minutes.
Hang on, Jeff. Don't need to be excited. I understand there's two motions. I understand there's two motions related to water, and I intend to show equitable behaviour around how those are treated. We'll come to those. But what I do like is what Sean suggested is that we do the other two items first and separate. And then we can concentrate, because we know there are recommendations around the water, so we know that there'll be more, and we can take that debate separately rather than doing a suite of reforms, which I think will get messy. Are you okay with that? So if we do the first two, Sean, and then...
Certainly, yeah. And I would just sort of add that in terms of the recommendations in the report relating to Future for Local Government and resource management, the only recommendations of the report are to receive it. So there's no specific recommendations in respect to those items specifically.
Yeah.
So Blair, I'll hand over to Blair.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Sean. Good afternoon, elected members. Like Sean said, I won't spend a lot of time on this particular item, apart from drawing your attention to the RM reform is obviously the second tranche, and probably an extremely significant part of reform that will have a direct impact on us locally. It's around how we shape the future community for Hamilton. And I guess we've seen through the RM bill this morning how significant changes in that space can be in terms of the future and current and future state of Hamilton. So you'll recall there are three parts to the RMA reform, one being the introduction of the Natural and Built Environments Act, largely to replace the RMA and the district plan elements. The second part is a strategic planning act, so very much a spatial approach to thinking about future development areas and I guess the future context for the region. And the third part is the Climate Adaptation Act. So three considerable pieces of legislation in their own right. The government is working through the development of that legislation right now, and you'll recall we did have a submission on the earlier draft form of part of the Natural and Built Environments Bill. So there will be a briefing later this month, the 24th of November, to talk about the RM reform in more detail. What I would say, Mayor Paula, is that 2022 is going to be certainly a huge focus on RMA reform, and in particular for Hamilton, how do we ensure our voice is heard and considered and equally referenced in any future structures around how this legislation is given effect in a practical sense. And I guess many of the issues that you are considering in the Three Waters reform have exactly the same implications in RM space, particularly around how and what shape of governance sits across these new spatial plans and these new natural and built environment plans. And what is the role for sub-regional and local planning underneath that legislation? And how do we ensure that the needs of Hamilton in a planning and a district planning sense are referenced and captured in something that's currently envisaged as a regional approach? So I guess, Mayor Paula, really substantial process. We are engaged in it, but I'd suggest that the first half of next year is going to be a critical part for council in terms of our voice and advocacy and influence in this reform program. So I'll just stop it there.
Thank you. Can I just add, from the few meetings I've had recently on the governance and strategy group of local government in the metro sector, that, you know, totally support the comments that Leah's making around the timeline, what's coming at us and what we need to get ahead of. I know that there are a number of conduits for involvement, including, I believe they're going to set up a technical group to look at the interface between the Three Waters and the other planning reforms, the RMA and other planning reforms. Haven't seen any detail of that. I just am aware that that's a piece of work that they're looking at. They're also looking at some advisory groups for RMA in the RMA space itself, political ones, governance ones, if you like. There's already good technical work going on. So I'd imagine that quite a lot will move quite fast. I guess what we don't need is it moving quite as fast as the last item we discussed.
Yes, and I think, Mayor Paula, and certainly my involvement in engagement with MFE, Ministry for Environment, I'm reiterating those messages very strongly, particularly the lessons from Three Waters around the role for a Tier 1 metro authority such as Hamilton, and how different we are to a wider Waikato lens, which are 12 councils in a massive geographical area. How's our voice and our needs not lost in a wider regional approach to all of these things?
Okay, and I'm taking up Sean's point that there is no recommendation other than to receive. What I'll move is over that the report in respect to those two reforms is received. We'll take some
I'll
questions.
second.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. I'll take any questions and then I'll have a small comment myself, if that's okay. Any questions? This is RMA and etc. The etc. of reform. No questions? Okay. Oh, yes, Councillor O'Leary.
Just a question to staff in terms of future reporting on this. I know you've called it reform, and the Infrastructure Commission work that I talked about in my CHESA report this week isn't technically called a reform, but it will impact local government. I feel like I'm the only one sort of often reminding us of that work. So staff, where will that be captured? Because as I noted in I think my chair's report or verbally, that the minister will comment on that by next month, isn't it? So there could be reform changes there as well.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor. It's a really good point. And I think we also, so these sort of key reform programs which we've identified here are the ones where we sort of said these were fundamentally changing or had the potential to change the structure and form of local government, but also acknowledging that there are other reforms happening in other parts of central government as well. Where those things intersect, we will bring them as part of this, I guess, omnibus report. If it's sort of specific to that, the infrastructure piece, then I think it still makes sense to come through your infrastructure committee. Okay. But we'll try to make sure that we sort of acknowledge any of those linkages to an overall reform picture. Right. Cool. And it's probably just worth just adding one point, is that the workshop that we do have coming up later this month, part of the subject for that workshop will be getting councillors' views on what sort of some of our key position statements or messages will be, which will in part be around some of the specific reform streams, but they'll also kind of help inform our sort of position more generally in terms of advocating to government. So that's on the agenda for the workshop later this month.
Cool. Thanks, Sean.
Thank you. You made some good points there, Angela. Any other comments, questions, I mean?
Are we on local government reform?
Yes.
Yeah. Just a question. Yeah, just a question on local government reform. I note in paragraph 16, the panel will undertake broader engagement between October 21 and September 22. I guess we're only into the first month of that. But have we received anything to suggest how they will undertake that and what the form would be and what preparation we should be making in terms of getting ourselves ready to be an active participant and responding to what the panel's thinking at this stage?
So there is a process. Do you want to talk about it or me?
I think Julie Clausen can
good.
probably speak to that.
Excellent. Thanks, Julie.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Thanks, Councillor Pascoe. They haven't been clear yet about how they are going to engage directly with councils, and we're in the process of trying to find that out from them. They are having some sessions at the Tutaru Sorghum conference, which is on the 6th and 7th of December. So we do want to make sure we have a presence there. But that's one of the key things we're working on at the moment, is trying to arrange early in the new year that Hamilton City Council can meet directly with the panel to share your voice.
Do you think there should be elected member representation at the Sorghum conference? Because they did mention that in the webinar that I sat through, that was perhaps the next step in terms of there being the next step of engagement, if you like.
So I think Local Government New Zealand is going to launch what they're going to do about it in the next few days.
Okay.
And in terms of Sorghum, it's a management focused. But in terms of governance, yes, they definitely feel that we need to stand up some mixed advisory groups of both chief executives or technical specialist staff and governance. So they're working through that at the moment. I think, this whole thing has come at such a pace with Waters at the front of it that they've been, struggling. Jason Krupp from, James, you might want to say, but you've been talking with Jason Krupp from Local Government New Zealand about the work that they're doing to set up for elected member engagement. I can't give you the details, but I will because I haven't got them, but I will make sure you get them. There were some papers. I do send the papers out from the Metro sector and also from CSG committee. I do always send those out. So some of the papers of relevance or interest might be in there for you, Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, okay. And you're not concerned that the pace is too fast, that we might miss the bus somewhere along the line?
We're all concerned with the pace of this change.
Yeah, I know
also
that,
the integration of the conversation.
But you're happy that the flow of information is sufficient, that we will know when to stop the bus so that we can get on and participate?
I think
if we need to.
I think my response to that is that we should be shaping our destiny now and thinking how we inform these reform processes. So this is where the workshops that Sean was talking about, I presume, and weaving all of those things, because Angela's quite right. I've been having a lot of conversations around the country about infrastructure, the Productivity Commission, the Infrastructure Commission, there's the Infrastructure Conference next week, which I'm talking on a panel, and there's a whole heap of things going on that we need to bring to the table and see them as part of a suite. And Angela's been tapping into some really lengthy discussions around infrastructure that I think will usefully inform.
Great. Okay, thank you.
Mayor Paula, can I just add that, as Blair mentioned, we've got a workshop scheduled with elected members on the 24th, and this is where we'll hopefully start, engaging you to find out, what your position, where you'd like your position to be. You'll get some first thoughts on that, so that we can start forming additional information up to help you formate that position so it's well responded to.
It seems to me, and maybe your staff, you feel differently, or Blair, may have a different perception, but from a governance level, it seems to me with the Local Government Commission panel that we're still talking really high level at the moment, which is a bit of concern, because when do we start dropping into detail? But, we're still talking at that very principled level. What does good local government look like? What are some of the barriers we face? What are some of the opportunities? How do we deliver best service to our community? That's the sort of conversations we've been having. And you and I attended a workshop in Ohau, and it was exactly like that, right? It was really high level, eh?
It seemed a lifetime ago now.
Yes, it does. So I do understand your frustration, Rob. Did you want to say anything on that, Sean? I know you're nodding, but it does feel like we're dealing with balls at different heights while we're juggling.
Well, I guess if I could be so bold, I'd suggest that's sort of the way it should work, is that it starts out general and kind of builds to more specific. And I think it's probably a reflection that some of the other reforms we're dealing with haven't done that they've kind of haven't had such a long runway is probably what we're experienced.
Well put, because, you know, we do have to buy into some principles. Blair.
Yeah, just add, and I'm reflecting on a comment I think Councillor Dave made this morning, that if I think in particular, say, the RM reform, I think there's a strong role for council to have a strong governance voice to MPs and ministers, as well as to assist the officials in Wellington who are preparing the legislation. I think Councillor McPherson rightly said that many of the officials probably aren't exposed to the on-the-ground coalface matters that we are having to try and balance. So I think now is the time for us to shape the RM reform in particular. So the experience of Three Waters, we can potentially bring that lessons and learnings into the process before the legislation and the thinking is too far developed. So it's an important, critical time for us to influence those really, really key elements, and our voice is going to be really important in that space.
Thank you. Maxine?
Thank you. The Commission published a report, and held within that were 5 questions. Was that the intention of the working group, or rather the workshop, Julie, to address some of those questions and use those as a starting point to begin our conversation as a council?
Yes, Councillor Maxine, that's what we hope to do in the workshop on the 24th of February.
Okay. I wonder then if it might be helpful for members if you would redistribute perhaps the link to that, just to make it easy for people via an email or other means that's helpful to people to before the 24th, so that they have the opportunity to review that paper and maybe get a look over some of those questions at an earlier point.
We can certainly do that.
Good point. And we are constrained of not using COVID as an excuse for everything. We certainly do going business, but we normally would have had a strategy day with the whiteboards, we'd have been, knee deep amongst it with post-it notes. No, not post-it notes, but with, we would have certainly been involved in that iterative discussion. A little bit harder to do it like this, but that doesn't mean it should be rushed, taking up on Sean's point. Okay, so it's been moved. I think it has. Did I move it? I moved that they be received, didn't I? Is there a seconder, please?
I had done that for you.
Oh, you did. Thank you. Perfect. Just going into debate then, I don't want to add much to what I've already said, except to say that, and it's particularly important that our community understands that what's come at us is already big enough, but this is the potential to have huge ramifications over the way that we do our business at present and into the future. And I have to tell you that some of the early conversations about what works or doesn't work in that Resource Management Act are key for concern for us, because there is a potential, in my personal view, to see greater regionalisation of some aspects of our work. Maybe not, maybe so. But they're going to look at natural resource management way in a completely different way. They're going to, I believe, come out and strengthen things like the Environmental Risk Management Agency, which of course previous Mayor Julie Hardacre is involved in the work of. So there's going to be a lot more coming at us. It could be potentially huge, because the RMA at the moment, as Ewan knows from being a commissioner, underpins a lot of the decision making that we do, but it also underpins and informs the planning and strategic work we do, because we have to give effect to various parts of the RMA to different degrees. Won't go into the legalities of that, but there's a lot of compulsion in a Resource Management Act. So whether it becomes more liberal or more restrictive, either way, it's going to change what we do. The local government reform line, I have sympathy for some of the comments of colleagues who've said, why haven't we been thinking about the new face of local government first? And I think personally all these conversations need to be better integrated. And Angela makes a really, really excellent point. We all know about the financial pressures of infrastructure because we've been talking to the government about other tools to get it off our books. We've been talking to them about coming to the party and helping us build our critical infrastructure. We've been talking about the shortfalls that come in years 9, 10, and then even worse, 11 onwards in our current long-term plans, right? So, these things are hand in glove, not all separate items going parallel and apart. And we just need to keep that in mind because I don't want our communities to be taken by surprise. That's me, Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. I'll be very brief. I don't know how many of you will have watched the movie many years ago called The Perfect Storm. But I think local government, and in fact New Zealand in general, is facing a perfect storm. A government that is totally committed to forcing through significant changes by hook or by crook. And I think we've seen already in Three Waters, and here's another 2 examples where we're being asked to sort of participate, but it's very fluid, and we have learnt, if we can take what's happened in the last few months, we've learnt that frequently, although we're asked to engage, ultimately it will be driven through in a view that they see fitting. And so I'm acknowledging the significance of these reforms. I'm acknowledging that we have a role in trying to participate and engage. I am fearful that the partner we're engaging with has already chosen their course of direction, and that we will ultimately be wasting our time. But I guess we have to sort of stay involved because this is going to change the way New Zealanders work, live and play. And certainly it's going to change the way they have historically been able to engage at a local level over issues of concern. And so this is a move to centralisation and bypassing, in my opinion, the community at the coalface and us as in local government who have been an important enabler and facilitator of that communication. So it's a very frustrating period. The fact they've chosen to do it all en masse defies logic and common sense. However, we have to work our way through it.
Excellent. Yeah, excellent. Thank you, Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, I'll be briefly echoing Councillor Ewan's comments on local government reform. You know, one of the takeaways I got from the webinar I attended was that there was a high degree of mistrust between the government and local government. Now, I don't know whether that's real or whether that's perceived or whether it's been made up to suit the particular agenda that local government might have. I think going forward, and I think Councillor Ewan is quite true, we are in a wait and see situation, but I think that we need to make sure that we remain very, very vigilant and that the government, in terms of wanting to centralise many of the functions that that local government have previously carried through for the most part very, very well, is not taken away from us at the expense of our communities. So if we're likely to lose it, that might be one point to the story, but will our communities benefit from it being centralised? And gosh, we're seeing a lot of things that this government have already centralised that have fallen down miserably or haven't got anywhere near to the KPIs that they set for themselves and haven't told us, but set for themselves and have failed to achieve. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? No? All right, we move those reports be received. All in favour, please tick your little boxy thing. Tick box. Sorry, trying to be good and remembering to do it more formally for you, Becca.
Fantastic, thank you.
Anybody?
We're just missing one person.
Dave,
Someone not
tick
here.
box. That's a finger tick box, but we'll accept it.
Noted, the motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. All right, everyone, now we'll go on to the 3 Waters reform. Just to cover off in the beginning, so I understand, so everyone understands how I hope to run it so that it's fair and reasonable. Is there a couple of motions came in. I don't think it's worthwhile us getting into an argument. I think what we do is we put the motions and we allow both the motion and the amendment, because there's only 2 as I understand it, to have a right of reply and therefore having that equality. We've done that before and it's worked really well and been quite inclusive. Would you be happy with that?
Sounds great common sense. Good leadership. Well done.
Excellent. All right. So staff, let's lead off with you. And then we will get into questions and then we will get into the consideration of the 2 motions.
Kia ora koutou. Just tidy up my screen here with everything happening. Right. A fortnight ago, the Minister announced that an all-in mandatory reform and local government is responding strongly to the Minister's announcements. And today, you will look to consider Hamilton City's formal response to the government decision. To provide context to your debate, I will outline the pertinent points of the government's release and new matters since the agenda was prepared. So apart from the all-in mandate, the Minister announced three working groups in response to the feedback from councils. And yesterday, the Minister announced the membership of the Representation and Accountability Arrangements Work Group. And there were 2 members from Entity B appointed to that. And they are Mayor Holden and Mayor from New Plymouth and Mayor Weber. Yeah, Western Bay of Plenty.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thanks for that. We assume further announcement for membership of other work groups is to come. As has become the practice with this reform, the announcement was followed by a mass dump of information on DIA's website, and the links to most of that is attached to the report, paragraph 37. I draw your attention to 3 items there. The summary of local government feedback on 3 Waters reform proposal. Unfortunately, the report was meant to have an attachment 2 with a full copy of it, but the web link is there. All but 2 councils submitted, and 75% of all submissions stated they did not support the proposed model, and that includes Hamilton City's submission. Hamilton City got 7 specific mentions within the report, only exceeded by Hamilton and Christchurch. The key items they picked up was us, and they've quoted us on our entity structure on 2 matters that we made on the entity structure, on our detailed process for requiring the entity to pre-consult on investments and pricing with each council, the RM planning interface and our concerns there, funding and participation, the lack of funding and participation for transition costs point that we made, including the need to fund consultation costs, funding the costs of council and iwi and the establishment of regional representative groups, and lastly, council's request for climate change mitigation principles be included in the entities principle. Having compared the summary of feedback of all councils with feedback that Hamilton City Council made, there is some reference to all the potential solutions that we have made in the whole feedback document. The other document I draw your attention to is Cabinet Paper 5 in the minute. It contains important information on the government direction, including the entity board boundaries, the work groups, bottom lines, economic regulation and pricing. I also note that Cabinet Paper 4 has not yet been released, and that is understood to be the detail or a degree of detail around the transition arrangements. The other matter I draw to your attention is the timeline. A copy of that is in paragraph 39 of your report. Based on the timetable, we now have only 31 whole months left until the waters activity transfers from council. And in that time, 3 significant pieces of legislation need to be assented. The National Transition Unit will need to be established. Potential entity transition units also established. And finally, the new entities would be established. I note that the timeline has not referenced the large amount of work that councils will need to do across asset data, operating and capital contracts, physical assets, financial assets and liabilities, revenue including fees, rates and DCs, and importantly, the impact on staff. We have little information on what and how this will occur. Moving on to new information that's come to us. Last week, we were informed that the Ministry of Business and MB, what's the I for? Anyway, the Ministry of Business, Innovation and Enterprise has been tasked with the role of establishing the economic regulator. They are undertaking a pre-engagement with a deadline of 20th of December 2021. This has been so this was a late attachment to your agenda, so the full engagement document, which has about 50 questions in it, just to sort of briefly outline this paper. Economic regulation is essential to the government's water proposal, especially the quoted efficiencies and consumer price information that has been much debated in the feedback to the government. To achieve those outcomes, this regulation is essential. The consultation document states the government's preliminary policy position on economic regulation, that it would apply to the 4 entities across all 3 waters. It would require public disclosure of information. It would implement individual pre-quality regulation, price quality regulation, which could include revenue caps, efficiency targets, and corresponding rewards and penalties. Rewards could be fast-tracking investment, and penalties could be consumer rebates. The first period that these economic regulations are planned to be in place is July 2027, 4 years after the entities become operational. The other big part of this regulation is consumer protection. Again, for all 4 entities, it would have a mandatory minimum level of service requirements, and there would be dedicated 3 waters consumer disputes resolution scheme. The whole regulation regime, as with other regulation regimes in New Zealand, would be funded by the entities that are being regulated. It is staff's view that the economic regulation is essential for the community, and we advise that council's participation in the consultation would be beneficial. With council support, we propose to bring a submission to the December council meeting for consideration by council prior to the 20th of December deadline. To prepare the submission, we'll seek advice from experts in economic regulation and from elected members. As such, we seek council support for a forum of elected members to provide direction to staff drafting the submission. Finally, we propose to promote yes, I'm just rereading my words. Finally, we propose to promote the MB consultation and other information related to the government reforms as it comes available through our regular channels to the community, so that we're able to consult and give the community opportunity to submit as well. So that's the introduction.
Thank you. Let's go through some questions, please. Councillor Van Oosten.
Thank you, Stephen, and thanks for the additional papers that have come in since the announcement into our agenda. Huge and complex, and listening to you today doesn't help necessarily to clarify much more in my mind. However, through this reform process, and at earlier times we had a working group where elected members could join to discuss and learn more about different stages of the reform proposal. Is it intended to stand that back up again and in between now and the December submission that you're proposing?
You asked me, Maxine. Look. We intend to consider with that advisory group. We were timed out this time to get that ahead. We do intend to involve council in the further work going forward, just as we have to date, and not just the advisory group, but also the wider council. It's really pivotal that we remain in the hot seat here and all talking together. Do you want any more detail on that, or are you happy with that?
Thank you. No, I found that really helpful to be able to have a clearer understanding of the new information that comes through, and a discussion to be able to process it as a council prior to it coming to formal meetings or other processes to give council feedback. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Sarah.
Thanks, Paula. And I am interested in this governance working group, and while we're not on it represented directly, I'm wondering if there is an opportunity to try and work closely alongside some of the mayors who are on it to feed through some of our ideas, concerns, etc.
So I'm uncertain how they're going to work. We don't know yet. Staff, you may know a bit more, but from a governance point of view, and I was talking with Mayor Goff, who was on it, and also with Mayor Rees last night. The terms of reference are not quite set, so it's uncertain. I know they're going to stand up a couple of sub-advisory groups, Andrew. One that we were talking about before is how it interfaces with Resource Management Act and other planning regimes. And certainly I have offered to be of support to that process if that's, they approached me to see if I had any support for that process. That's something. There's a rural water group, which of course I'm not likely to be involved in. There's a steering group at LGNZ in other ways. Yes, you're absolutely right. We're still going to have an Entity B group as well at this point in time. And we've got the zone committees, zone 2. So we have a number of conduits, is what I would say. until we see the terms of reference and how those mayors that have been and representatives have been selected and how they're going to have to work, it's hard to say how we would best feed in, but I think there will be lots of opportunities and we should grasp them with 2 hands or even 3 if we had them. 3 hands. Andrew, do you want to say anything else on that? Or Blair, do you know anything I don't know in that?
No, Mayor Paula, that was a very good summary, and there's little I can say beyond that. It very much is a watch and see, unfortunately, at this point. It's still rolling out.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just thinking in terms of Mayor Goff's advocacy around a CCO, there is some similar thinking there with what we put in our submission. So it would be, I don't know if it would be possible to keep a dialogue with, say, Auckland Council and if they're able to provide updates or us able to feedback to them. I think that would be useful.
Yes, absolutely. When I did speak to Phil Goff, he wasn't sure what he could offer at this time because he didn't know what the terms of reference and what the expectations of government would be in that role. But he did make it quite clear to me last night. So, are you still interested in alternative scales of economy, CCOs and other things? And he definitely is. From wearing his Auckland mayor hat, yes, I think. And we talked about UNISA, Blair, and as being the really best conduit to advance those conversations. But I'll take advice from anyone else if you have some.
And just final question for now. In terms of the terms of reference of the working group, I guess my concern is that they may be constrained in such a small box to manoeuvre that there may not be room for a lot of change. So now I'm wondering, has there been, when the CCO model was dismissed, was there any reason given why the government was unwilling to underwrite debt or be, to put its, I guess, to support it financially in some way?
So we submitted that there wasn't sufficient information for us to understand their decision. I hope that this working group is providing information in that regard, as well as having an open mind to things as much as they can. I did say, with reference to the Cabinet Minute, that there are bottom lines in the Cabinet Minute, and key bottom lines with respect to governance structure include no crowdfunding and balance sheet separation from local government, and those have significant influence on your options.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Southgate. Stephen, I'm looking at what appears to be terms of references that have been released for that governance working group. Quite detailed terms of references there, and in them it says the introduction says recommending a stronger approach to representation, governance, and accountability of the 4 new entities, and it emphasises the 4 entities in there. Does that, I take that to be a pretty clear sign that you can't mess around with anything else apart from these 4 entities?
Having said that, those are draft terms of reference as I understand it. The board only just got their first glimpse, the selected candidates only got their first glimpse of them last night. Nobody else had privy to them at that point. So there may still be some contest over the terms of reference. Certainly would have been had I been on that group. So I guess that's a legitimate question to ask them. So it's a legitimate question to ask them when they're up and running, isn't it?
Well, yeah. I guess just to follow up there, that right from the start, they've said the terms of reference would only revolve around the 4 entities, and this much more detailed summary here, plus 4 extensive bullet points, just confirms that. So I guess
Well, you've said something I haven't, because when I spoke,
looks like it, yeah.
when I spoke to the people appointed yesterday, they had only just been alerted and given a draft set of understandings.
I was trying to ask a question of Stephen, but
yeah, Stephen.
Yes. Is Councillor Taylor, is that the one that says that CCOs is still an option to be considered? Is that in the bullets? No? Okay.
That the entities retain balance sheet separation, which would give them the ability to borrow sufficient sums to meet infrastructural needs, giving effect to the Crown's Treaty of Waitangi obligations. I can go on.
What is your source of that, Jeff? Where did you get that from? What source? Because
I just emailed something from
it's in the news. It's been on the news all day.
Well, kind of been stuck here, but okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
I do know that Rachel said that the group would be getting together to discuss in the first instance terms of reference. That's what I know from last night. So thanks for that. It's useful information.
So Cabinet paper, paragraph 19, says that the Cabinet agreed the bottom lines that the working group will need to be consistent with, including good governance, and 4 bullets there that would be the usual sorts of things you'd expect. Partnership with mana whenua, and Crown obligations of treaty, and that. Public ownership, with the entity remaining in public ownership, including local authority and community ownership, and with strong protection in place to prevent privatisation. So that's consistent wording. Of course, it's an unusual concept of ownership they've created that as an accountant I'm not familiar with. And then balance sheet separation. And that is from local government.
Yeah, okay. No, that's all right. It seems to preclude, well, it does preclude anything other than the 4 entities in there. And I guess that's what I'm getting at. I noticed that there's discussion about other sorts of arrangements, but it seems like that's going to be a fairly firm line. Thank you, Ms. Southgate.
Well, thank you. Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, thanks. My questions sort of follow on from Deputy Mayor Jeff and Sarah. That first one being those terms of reference. I was not aware that the terms of reference had been released at all, but are we now aware that the terms of reference for each of those groups is now in the public domain?
Yes.
Radio New Zealand. So.
It is it? Oh, okay. Well, I'd be interested to see that, because certainly that's a concern, that if the terms of reference are so limp-wristed, then we might not, it might just turn out to be a talk fest. But I'll save that for later on. The
Sarah
second,
emailed it to you, Rob.
Pardon?
Sarah has emailed it to us all.
Actually, thank you. The second question is around the balance sheet separation, Stephen, and asking you as an accountant, are there models that you're aware of that you know, and Sarah talked about CCOs, and we all know that there isn't necessarily separation, but there are models that are operating in Tasmania with their water company. The LGFA has been able to achieve balance sheet separation between its shareholders and that entity. Are there entities that you might be familiar with that government could adopt or could consider that would achieve the outcomes that they're trying to achieve in those 4 points? You're on mute, Stephen. Stephen, you're on mute.
You might just be having one of those lengthy.
It was a good answer.
Yeah, it was a really good answer.
You know, the accounting concept of ownership is about control, and control can be demonstrated in many ways, not just in owning 50% of the shares, but having significant influence over the decisions of the entity. And it's removing, so balance sheet separation means removing that influence. And that's the key issue that local government has in its involvement with these entities. So CCOs have shareholdings and therefore have financial interests through that. The Tasmanian ones were linked back to CCO, back to local government, from my recollection of that presentation, and they were profit-making entities. So I don't know that they're an example that fits within the government's bottom lines either. I have no magic solution in my experience that can answer an alternative.
So isn't potentially then the only model is that it could end up like an ACC type structure where the government becomes the owner?
Yeah, I looked up the government's balance sheet to try and work out where other entities sat into their balance sheet, and I wasn't able to get clarity as to whether the entities would consolidate onto the government's balance sheet or not. I think these are reasons, these unanswered questions are reasons why, you know, there's been a failure to communicate with us, and we need to have participate in these workshops in order to get the answer to these questions. One hopes that they've done this work and that they can explain it to us, because they haven't. I don't know what's driving the government in terms of not wanting to contribute funding themselves.
Okay. That's as I was.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Stephen.
And apologies, Jeff. I had seen the press release. I hadn't cut through to the detailed link. Wasn't live when I looked at it last. So, but I will still reiterate that last I spoke to the couple of members who were on it, they felt that there was still some conversation to be had. How much? I don't know. I don't know. Councillor Bunting.
Sorry, I was doing a Stephen there. Thank you, Ms. Southgate. Just wondering on the makeup of the group, the working group. Stephen, do you have any? Did they tell you why they picked those individuals? Because I know a lot of people, like including me, Paula, put their hand up for it. Well, it's a quite an eclectic bunch.
So two per entity. So out of 22 councils, 2 had to be chosen, and it was a decision by the Minister's office.
That's all we know.
That's all I know.
I can expand a little bit, Councillor Bunting. So
Thanks, Andrew.
In the Cabinet paper, paragraph 20, the Cabinet authorised the Minister of Local Government, in consultation with the Prime Minister, the Minister of Finance and the President of LGNZ to finalise the terms of reference for the working group, and secondly, appoint the members of the working group, including a suitable independent chair, relevant experts representing local government, iwi, Maori. So that's all we know in terms of the selection process.
Because what interests me, and I wish someone would be able to help me with this one though, is that there didn't seem to be any Waikato representation directly in there of any of our mayors, and I couldn't spot any tiny iwi in there either in the iwi group. I might be wrong.
I don't think you're wrong.
You're right.
I think you're correct.
All right, no, that's all right. Look, I'm certainly not trying to poke any beehives with that. I'm just trying to understand the makeup and where we go.
Yeah, so Councillor Bunting, we can only make observations as much as you are. So there's been no other engagement, discussion or information sharing. So we like you, simply reading this for the first time. My opinion is that it looks as though there's been 2 appointments for each entity.
So So they chose from 2, and I guess one of the things I heard back about that, because you know we are a considerable metro in that whole NTB, but what I did hear about that was that they wanted to make sure the group overall had a balance of views, that they weren't all pro, they weren't all against, they were rural, provincial, metro, in between metro, etc. So maybe over the entire group. And they have got a unitary with Rachel Reese, they've got Phil Goff as a major metro. Maybe they felt that it was more broadly.
Yeah.
I don't know. They haven't told me that. That just one of the other members of LGNZ mentioned.
Yeah.
That they were looking for that range of views.
I guess from a local viewpoint, you know, it just looks like there's a great big blank space over the Waikato. But yeah, that's okay. That's hey, we'll wait and see. Thank you. That's all I got.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thanks again. Just back to the government's kind of lack of explanation around why it's unwilling to provide funding or financial support or underwriting in any way. Do you think it would be worth pressing this in terms of asking for some transparency and direct answers on this? I guess I'm asking the mover of the motion potentially whether it's worth adding something in there, because this seems to be one of the key things in the way of councils having some more direct influence, potentially anyway.
What are you suggesting to add in? Sorry.
That maybe that council requests greater transparency on why the government has ruled out underwriting debt, whatever I'll find the right wording.
Okay, thank you.
Or why the government has, I guess maybe to keep it broader, why the government has ruled out further financial assistance might not be the right.
Further government funding.
Yeah, e.g. underwriting. So then it's clear to enable other models, something like that.
If you look at point 7, other models is not in the terms of reference as such.
Other governance structures is, I guess, or to enable greater council direct management control, something along those lines. So it's not so arm's length.
Yep. So we could ask for some greater feedback around the structure that sits subordinately, but it feeds into that working party, etc. Is that what you mean, Sarah? I'm not sure.
No, I'm saying the government hasn't given any explanation as to why it's ruled out putting direct funding towards this, infrastructure or underwriting debt, so that you can, because that's what my understanding is, you could have a CCO model if they underwrite debt, for example.
So potentially that could be picked up in following whatever resolution prevails today. It's the letter that we send to government and detail of it. That would probably be the best place for it. Would it with staff? Hello?
It's nodding.
Sure, yes, sorry, microphone.
I'm just trying to make a distinction between what we put through as a resolution and then what sits behind it, because obviously we're going to write to government in some form. So what sits there in some way? Well, I mean, we're not going to stay silent in the long term, so we have to say something at some stage. Any more questions about it before we go to the recommendations? No? It sounds like we're all across it. So we have 2 recommendations. We've got a motion by Dave and an amendment by Jeff. And you will both speak. You'll both get to speak to it equally. Is that okay? Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Would you like just a 1-sentence summary just to help out?
So I'll get them both up if I may. I'm not sure, they're quite big. Let's get one up at a time and give the mover the chance to not sell the recommendation because that comes in debate and everything else, but just to kind of clear out what they're trying to achieve with it from a factual basis. And then we'll go into, we'll make sure everybody is clear on which each one is saying, and then we'll go into debate. Is that okay?
Yeah.
I think everyone's happy with that. Okay, so this is Councillor Pascoe, and that was seconded by Councillor Hamilton, unless you change your mind. Which you can do, of course. Okay, it's Councillor Hamilton in there, Becca. Okay. So, Rob, want to just step through what you're trying to achieve with this without giving us the big sell on it?
Look, I was quite keen that this got distributed before today, and so therefore it was sent out to all councillors last night who would have had an opportunity either this morning or last night to have had a read of it. I think it's all self-explanatory. I'm happy to answer any questions that anyone might have on it, and that's really as much as I want to say at this point.
Thank you. Jeff, do you add, so as everybody has had that pre-circulated, so they've been able to see it, okay?
Yes, I just had a question, Mayor Southgate, if that was okay.
On it, yep, the questions on Rob's first, and then we'll
yes.
go.
Yes.
Yep.
Rob, I note that points 2D and 2H are both really built on this council having the opportunity to influence the working group in terms of changing the structure of the entities.
And so does.
And my question is, given that you've seen the terms of reference today, which very clearly states the four entities as they are and the workers involved around the four entities, do you actually think it's even worth having those parts of the recommendation in there, because you clearly can't influence the structure of the entities?
Well, in terms of 2H, we didn't know that the terms of reference had been determined. And I've just looked at the information that Sarah's sent, that is the Radio New Zealand, I think, which says that those terms of reference include. I'm not sure whether there's still further work being done to refine the terms of reference. And I heard in the discussion, I think from Andrew, that there are other subgroups that have there are other groups.
Can I just pause a minute and just ask why the rest of the recommendation is not there? Because it was in several parts. Where is it all?
Yeah. I was.
Hang on.
Yeah, the second part of it's not there.
The second part
I've got
the second part
I've got 2 down to I, which I've photocopied mine from the one that was sent last night by James.
Yeah, that's the one I was using. Yeah,
well, that's the one I'm speaking to, but obviously it's not the same that's on the screen.
Completely different to what's on the screen here. That's why I have my hand raised for a question. I'm confused.
Okay.
I was looking at it. I was trying to read it. It was long. And I was thinking I don't recall any of that. Some of that.
So we're just getting that. Amy's just getting that fixed up now. Apologies for that.
Okay. So while she does, let's go to yours, Jeff, if that can come up and it is correct, and let's have a look at that and ask questions on that. Is that okay? Again, don't disguise debate into this. Although we'll all have a go. But
one sentence, I promise.
No, but clarity about what's going on with your recommendation is really good.
Okay.
Have you got that there, Becca?
Shall I wait till it's on the screen, or?
Thank you. Yes, please. Can you get that up? Technology, you've got to love it.
So Amy, you can't put it up on the screen at the moment while she's working on getting Rob ones correct. So I will just try and find that for you. But I think just speak to it, Jeff, and sort of the general sentiments of it.
It was emailed.
Yeah, it was emailed out earlier in the day.
It's moved by me, seconded by Councillor Bunting, and essentially a vote of no confidence in the Three Waters reform process. Requesting a staff report to our next council meeting on the implications of exiting LGNZ, recommending no active participation in the government's working groups, but instead seeking out and actively working with other councils opposed to the government reform proposal to work as a large group to develop an alternative proposal.
Thank you. Any questions, councillors?
Can I do a Martin, can you confirm question?
No. Could try, but you know, very politely, I'd have to knock you back. Hey, I just questioned in terms of your resolution, and that's consistent with the independent petition that you've done independently with council.
Sorry, Paul, I didn't hear that. Your
Your
voice is quite muffled.
Oh, is it? Sorry, I'll
Yeah.
just shut the door because it could be making noise. Is it consistent with the petition, which is your independent of council petition?
Yep.
Yeah. Cool. Thank you. Oh, can we go back to the original one now then? No. Is that it? Oh, yes, that looks more like it, doesn't it?
That looks better.
Okay. And anything else you need to point out to us on that? Can everyone see it?
Yeah, if I can answer Jeff's question, which is around, it's come out in Roman numerals now, but it's, if you scroll down a bit further, please, Becca, that's right, to V3 is prepared to engage with the working groups being set up by government to address the sector's concerns around ownership and governance. I think that was the point you were raising, Jeff, about whether or not we may want to remove that now or leave it there, given that the terms of reference have now been, or some of the terms of reference have now been released.
But not necessarily 100%.
Oh, Jeff, you're on mute. You're mute.
Sorry, also number 4, where you're requesting, you're talking about the size and shape of the new entities. I was just wondering whether that's worth keeping to.
Yeah, I think so.
I think the word missing from there, I remember the drafting, was any new entities, which presumes it could be anything of any shape or size. That was in there when I last saw it. Rob, do you recall that?
This is D. I've got it down.
4. Requests to be undertaken on the size and shape of any new entities, not
of any new entities. Yes.
Any. We discussed that because we weren't preempting the outcome.
Again, that's outside the terms of reference as far as I can see.
Well, you can bring that into debate.
Yeah.
Your Worship, just a procedural question.
Sure. What's procedural you were asking?
There seems to be some discussion about whether or not the link to the terms of reference are in fact the entire terms of reference. Could staff just confirm that in fact the terms of reference that is linked, dated the 8th of November 2021, are the entire terms of reference?
As signalled by government, I think. What staff?
I am unable to answer that question. I would have to go through to the DIA and confirm that, unfortunately. We, like you, have only received that overnight through the RNZ website.
And I have spoken to 2 of the people on that thing, and they were under the impression there would be further talk. Not saying that's true, I'm just saying that from their mouth. But Rob, the question I'd have about that is that you have said provided that. So if at any stage that is not provided for, I guess we engage with the working group. Is that what you're suggesting? So
yeah, look, there's 13 pages in that terms of reference, which we've only just got since this meeting began. Yeah. My preference as mover is to leave the information in there, and if it proves to be that it no longer has any legs for us to discuss and debate with government on, then of course it will be it will be a dead issue. But I think that we're in a strong enough position to continue discussions with government, irrespective of what they've put in their terms of reference.
Your Worship, a procedural point.
Yeah.
Your Worship, I believe since we're unsure as to the accuracy of a document, it would be, I think, unfair for it to be included. Can we not take a small break and staff call DIA and confirm that, in fact, that the terms of reference is the entire terms of reference? Because if in fact that is the case, then the current motion in front of us must be changed because it would be inaccurate. It's misleading.
I'm not sure. I think we're getting a bit technical here because the way I read the words, and maybe this is your intent or not, Rob, is that provided the terms of reference give us confidence, and we've got time to talk about that. We don't have to solve all of that today, but provided, and as long as that, when they no longer give us confidence, we'll stop engaging with the working group, right? Is that your intent, Rob?
Yeah, that's exactly what H says, is prepared to engage with the working group being set up by government to address the sector's concerns around ownership and governance, and any other advisory group formed, provided the terms of reference gives council confidence that meaningful changes will be possible and a model can be delivered that will work for Hamilton. Now, if it doesn't, then clearly we're not going to engage, are we?
Your Worship, can I just have a decision?
Excuse me, I will give you a decision. I'm happy to accept Rob's account for what he's trying to achieve there, and you probably won't be voting for his motion in any case. So and you can take exception to that in the debate further.
So Your Worship, I just want to be clear. You've got an opportunity to get accurate information by asking for a 5-minute break. You're saying that that's not in the best interest.
Well, I'm not sure that a 5-minute break will deliver anything. I think you're being particular over the detail because, as I've said, Rob has indicated that provided we retain confidence in the terms of reference, we'll work with the group. If not, and I guess that could be at any stage of the play, we can not work with the working group.
I had in mind when I put those words together was that the intent was that we were prepared to engage as long as there was going to be some meaningful outcomes. And that was based on not having then seen the terms of reference, but assuming that they would be strong enough not to turn these groups into a talk fest. And if that actually ends up being the situation, then of course we won't advance with that engagement.
Okay, I think it's clear enough, and you're happy to, you're really welcome to have a strong point of view in your debate on that. Okay, so is everyone clear how everyone's sitting? Okay, I intend to just pace ourselves and go through the debate. We'll talk to both at the same time with the full 5 minutes and full 5 minutes for right reply. I have to suspend the standing orders in the first place to allow both to have a right of reply. Becca, can you tell me which one I'm suspending, and let's do that.
22.9, right of reply. That's the standing order that we are suspending for this purpose.
Okay, so I move.
I'll second.
Thank you. I'm 22.9, so to enable both the mover of the amendment and the motion to have rights of reply. Okay. Thank you.
Does that include the speaking length that we were talking about at the beginning?
Yeah, we're having 5 minutes.
Oh, beauty. Sorry, I missed that bit.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. I know this is very important to everyone, so that's the way it is. Okay, so all in favour to that, reducing the, yes, excellent, brilliant. Okay, so we take the amendment first. So I'll get, do I give Rob or Jeff the first say? So now I'm completely, Becca.
Happy for Jeff to have the first say.
Motion goes first.
Yep. Motion goes first.
The move of the motion goes first, and the move of the motion has final right of reply.
Yeah, so that's what we'll do. So we'll do that. You go first, and then when it comes to right of reply, Jeff will go first and you'll have the final right reply. But in any case, everyone will have had a fair cut of debate. Okay, off you go, Rob.
Thank you, Chair. Look, in good faith, Hamilton City Council entered into discussion with the government in providing the feedback that the government sought at its meeting on the 30th of September. The Minister reported back on the 27th of October, seemingly having ignored our input, refused to reconsider alternative ownership options, and most importantly, she would mandate Three Waters reform if the sector continued to question her. Since then, there have been mixed messages and incorrect data that has been provided by the government to the public on these reforms. Within days, there was an advertisement appearing, and I'll hold that up, an advertisement appearing in major newspapers, which stated that the new public water providers would be owned by councils. That's incorrect. Secondly, the advertisement said that there would be no community consultation and submitters affected, that's the entire population of New Zealand, would need to navigate around the select committee structure. Just 2 days ago, I received an email from parliamentary staff, which was sent on behalf of the Hamilton East MP to a Hamilton resident. And in that email, which is dated the 9th of November, the parliamentary staff member said, individual councils will get to decide if they are part of the scheme. It went on to say, I assure you that councils will continue to collectively own the water services. And then it said finally that consultation as part of this process may be public consultation through councils. So those examples point to how siloed the government is in its different iterations in sending out information to consumers, to New Zealanders on the water system, on the water reform. Hamilton City Council, with its good, well-maintained water assets, remains in a strong position to influence government and the sector in advising good water reform. This is despite continued attempts by some city leaders to indicate otherwise through social and other media. This government also needs to consider its ability to implement and manage such major reform. It does not have a sound record of having achieved great success in structural reform over its 4 years in government. It will struggle to achieve success unless it listens and works with the sector and the people of New Zealand to get the outcome, to get the best outcomes. Centralisation of services into bureaucratic large organisations, whether education, housing, eliminating COVID, eliminating child poverty, will never work unless local communities come with you. Do not undervalue the impact and success that can be achieved with local leaders and their community. What I'm advocating here in the motion that I have helped largely put together is that I think we're in a strong position now to work with government, and in that working with government, we will achieve a better outcome than telling them to stop the reform and walk away from a situation that does need some sort of tinkering with. We cannot leave the water system in New Zealand as it is currently, but there are a large number of ways that reform can be achieved. And I think here the government needs to stop, it needs to reflect, it needs to listen to the expertise that is already in the sector and the expertise outside of government that can help them form an outcome which is going to be in the best interests of our community and the rest of New Zealand.
Thank you, Rob. Is that microphone better, everyone who can hear me? Is that better? Okay, thank you. I've just switched it on the system. Sorry about that. Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thanks, Mayor Southgate. Look, I see that there's two clear differences between our motions today. I see one is largely about talking and writing more letters to the government. In fact, setting up a special subcommittee to write a letter. And one is largely about doing. The advantage of our motion, I think, is clear. It doesn't invest any more time at this stage in talking with the government, and instead sets a path of working with other like-minded councils to find an alternative solution to the full mega entity plan put up by the government. And the motion also reflects the fact that LGNZ has showed, I believe, that they cannot be relied on to represent our council in any way, and we need to consider severing links. It's time for us to cut ties with the old boys and old girls network of local government, I believe. We as councillors will no doubt continue to disagree on the value of the decision that we made on September 30th. But what we will not disagree about is the fact that since that day, there's been two pivotal moments which should harden our resolve as a council, which should really stop the talking. First, the government decided to mandate the Three Waters plan come hell or high water, which I believe showed supreme arrogance and complete disregard for the views of the nation's councils. Secondly, the government pulled the rug out from under us on how we plan our city. And we talked about this earlier today. And elected members and planners have spent more than a year diligently working on how to make the NPS urban development work. Then with no warning, government dropped a plan on us to force 3-storey buildings across the city. They didn't have the decency to warn us, they just did it. Such is their respect for local government in this country. Now, if that doesn't make you rethink our strategy from September 30th, I don't know what will. Because the reality is, first time around, we got caught up in the detail, we tried to negotiate and collaborate. Now you're suggesting doing it again, and it doesn't work. Last time, like Neville Chamberlain before World War II, we got shafted. There was no peace in our time. The government was in no mood to collaborate, and we were left holding a meaningless, earnest submission, which I believe was barely read. Do you want to go through that again? Or do you want to stand up as a council, back ourselves and tell the government we don't trust them on Three Waters, and we'll work with a whole heap of other councils to get a result? Indeed, the letter from Waimakariri Mayor Dan Gordon is very similar to some of our elected members' position back on September 30th. And we know there are many councils out there to support it. Furthermore, we reject participation in the working groups because we know they're a jack-up whose purpose is to make minor tweaks to the mega entity option, which most Kiwis don't want. I believe the terms of reference more and more is confirming that. And the point I was getting at with Rob is, if you want to keep on working with these groups when the terms of reference isn't going to allow you to make any meaningful change, you're really just shuffling the deck chairs on the Titanic. It's pointless. It's a pointless waste of energy. So, and of course, getting to LGNZ, it wasn't just the government that shafted us. Dear old LGNZ signed a MOU with the government that incredibly, to me, had a clause to the effect that if the government decided to do the dirty and force all councils to opt in, LGNZ would be a good boy and say very little. I think they will never regain the trust or credibility after that. I think they're a spent force and we can save 87k a year without them. So the motion includes a clause asking for staff input on the implications of cutting our links to that organisation. Can I implore my colleagues not to enter into another round of weasel words with the government? I believe Hamilton citizens would rather we show some guts and do something more constructive, such as work with other councils who are getting together to find an alternative solution for Three Waters in the country. Let's work with them. Before you go sidling up to the government to try to make another deal, think about the strategy this government is adopting. They're on the attack. their comms plan is about painting councils as inefficient and ineffective managers of their water assets. And if there are problems with local government's approach to water, if there's problems funding future infrastructure, which we know there is, why not try to address them with us instead of moving straight into a mass centralisation takeover, which disempowers local communities? And if you think a centralised model of water is going to be in any way sympathetic to local communities, just remember the 3-story plan that they've just thrown on top of us, an idiotic one-size-fits-all plan, which they never even asked us about. And you trust them to centralise our water? So my plea is, don't be Neville Chamberlain this time. Don't roll over and try to negotiate. Stand up for Hamilton residents like your residents want you to. Fight the bully. Join the dozens of other councils that are getting together to find other credible solutions. Yep, it's David versus Goliath, but you know what? We're in the right. And that's why I think we can actually win this, because we do have the people on our side. And I'm not saying this is a bad government, but this is a government that's done a bad thing. Let's set it right. Let's get it to back down and do the right thing by our people. Thank you.
Thank you. So we've had the 2 movers and we'll go into debate. Who wants to kick off, please?
Well, are you doing seconders next, or are you just opening?
Well, I can go to seconders if that's a way of kicking into the debate. So let's do that. So Ryan, do you want to go next as seconder?
No, not yet. Thanks.
Okay. Mark, do you want to go next to seconder?
Look, yeah, if it's going to, move things along, absolutely, yep, certainly. Look, there's an old saying, what you do speaks way louder than what you say, and it's pretty simple to me. In fact, I have a bucket load of sympathy for Rob's sentiments, and I agree with pretty much all of them, but I'm afraid the execution reminds me of those old Charlie Brown cartoons where Lucy just keeps whooshing the ball away as he goes to kick it, and he goes it back again, trusts her again, goes to boot it, pulls it away, and every time, just like us, he ends up flat on his back. There's another old saying that says madness is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. This motion, I'm afraid, the original motion does this. It says a very lot of strong words that say many things, just like the submission that we sent and seem to be duly ignored. The difference is, and it's a big difference, ours is an action plan. And when you look at the very impressive words of the original motion, and by crikey, there are a lot of them, they all look very strong. Ooh, yes, very impressive, but don't be fooled. What this motion is actually nothing more than some crocodile tears and a strongly worded letter to the government. This motion will achieve nothing. The government has a track record of ignoring us, so why do you think they'll listen now? Motion 1, or part 1, angry words, yada, 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 yada. Bitter disappointment, yada, 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 yada. Nothing they haven't heard yet. Motion 2, a sternly worded letter to the government. Ooh, can I have an ooh from everybody? They'll be trembling in their teacups. I can see the minister hiding under a desk as we speak. Oh, an angrily worded letter from Hamilton's coming. Don't worry, angry residents of Hamilton, we'll save you. We'll send a sternly worded letter to the government. Nothing more than we did last time, and that, I'm afraid, got us nowhere. Now, look, I'm being a bit unfair. I'm being a bit glib. We're not just setting up a sternly worded letter. We're looking at part 3 of that motion at setting up a working group of the Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Angela and Rob to proofread that sternly worded letter too. Oh, Minister, watch out, it's coming. Not only a sternly worded letter, but a proofread one done by a working group. Oh, how long is that going to take? The speed of which they're doing this, they'll not only have the new entities up, hired 4,000 bureaucrats, but they'll be bolting water meters on the walls of Hamilton by the time the letter even flipping well gets there. I can see it in Wellington. Right, we're ready to legislate the 4 entities model, late night in the House. Oh, hang on, hold it, won't stop everything. There's a sternly worded letter from Hamilton coming. Stop everything. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Now, this motion follows, I'm afraid, the same course as the last thing we passed. The argument was very much we should stay in the tent rather than stand outside throwing rocks. I remember hearing that. And I argued that, yeah, you hadn't quite noticed that most of the other councils had already left that tent, and they're all working outside the tent, and we were stuck inside the tent. What our motion says is let's get out of the tent, join the other councils. My dialogue with other councils is that we are actually seen by them as endorsing the Three Waters process. We're seen as very much on side with the central government on that. And this sternly worded letter will do nothing more than assure them. The government will do nothing to assure them, the government, or our residents that we are in opposition to this proposal. It's a sternly worded letter, a proofread one, but a sternly worded one. So let's take a look at the contents of that letter. Option A, we don't like it. Part B, we don't like it. Let's go down to D. We want further discussion on the size of the entities. Bad news, as we've just discovered in our questioning, it's pretty much off the table.
Okay, can I just ask about, sorry, I don't need to stop you in your flow because it's so good, but so dramatic and so entertaining. Can we know what the timing is though? Just I want to know what the timing is.
Sorry, Your Worship, is this a point of order or what is this?
No, I just want to know what the time is because I haven't got a timer.
Oh, okay. I've only got about 45 seconds.
Keep going. I just don't have a timer.
Okay, cool. Option, I can start again if you like.
Thank you.
Okay, option E, work further with iwi. Too little, too late. Been done. G, request further financial info. Well, we did that last time, but we got ignored. H, we will work with the working group. Too bad, we were kind of left out of that working group, as was most of the Waikato. They didn't pick us. It's almost as long as the submission itself that got ignored. Make no mistake, they are great words. They are very well-intended words. But I'm afraid the way we've presented it, it's very little action wrapped up in a strongly worded letter, and I can't support it.
Thanks, Mark. Sorry, can I ask someone to give me a heads up when the time is coming close, please? Because I found myself just sitting back then and I had no clue what time was what.
I know, pretty mesmerising, I know, I understand.
I know. I need a big clock up behind me like you have sometimes.
I will, governance is taking note of the time and we will signal.
Thank you. I'm trying to multitask as it is, and it's a strain. Oh, go Dave, Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Just listening to Bunty, I thought I was at a sort of one of those one-man theatre performances that someone had given me a free ticket for. It was great, Bunty. You should tour that. Look, more seriously, I think that it's vital that we as a council act responsibly as local representatives by staying in the discussion. It's one thing sharply criticising a government mistake, which I do and I will, and in all areas where they do make mistakes. But it's another thing throwing your toys out of the cot and refusing to talk. That is not helpful to your residents and ratepayers, I suggest. I don't understand, despite Jeff's words, what exiting local government New Zealand has got to do with Three Waters reform. Yes, we could be pissed off at their perceived lack of representation on this case. Does that mean that you withdraw from the only national organisation of local government? I don't see the link, and I especially don't see how it would help Hamilton get a better deal, because that's what we're all supposedly trying to do. In case the movers of the amendment haven't noticed, the government has actually got the legal power to do this work. We can't represent our residents properly by acting like Don Quixotes and tilting at windmills. That won't get us anywhere. It may make us feel good. It may get us caught up in the windmill as well. In supporting Rob and Ryan's motion, I already knew that we were suggesting something that the government wasn't proposing and probably wouldn't like. I know that, but it's our job, if we think that's the best thing for Hamilton, to continue to put that case forward as strongly as we can, but in a way that is actually going to get heard. That's why we want to engage the government, its working groups, its advisory committees, its MPs, anyone whose ear we can bend. That's why we want to engage with our local community about that as well. The movers of the amendment know full well that there have been many Three Waters failures of local government in recent years, and not necessarily their fault. It's the fault of the lack of scale, a lack of resources, and a lack of foresight, and probably a few other things. but they blithely set aside these problems and say if we shout louder, somehow we'll get if we shout louder, somehow we'll get our own way. Well, I'm sorry, but life isn't like that. We don't hold the cards that enable that to happen. The government does. My plea, and I'm not going to use my full 5 minutes, is don't be Don Quixotes this time. Stay in the game and represent our communities in the right places. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further debate? Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. I was disappointed when I saw that the government had mandated this reform without working further with local government and trying to get to a point where I think we're a lot closer on what we agree is a good model for our communities. I think by doing this, they lost the opportunity to actually design something that in the long term would provide a much better outcome for everyone. Saying that though, I have also been disappointed, to be quite frank, with the behaviour of a lot of councils around the country, because the way that I think that if there'd been a more mature approach with a focus from the very start on putting forward a credible alternative model, then we may not actually be in this place. Instead, there was lots of grandstanding, hand waving, foot stomping. And I think that this kind of behaviour only solidified the government's view that councils aren't, well, a number of councils at least around the country aren't actually prepared to tackle this issue head on. The government has set up a working group in response to feedback to try and find a way to improve governance, to strengthen council input into these entities. I am somewhat cynical around this at the moment because I'm concerned the terms of reference narrow the scope of genuine change too much. I would really like to see some more open-mindedness in terms of what the governance structure could look like. I'm concerned about the lack of transparency from this government around what other models it has actually considered and why it has dismissed something like CCOs because it would require underwriting by the government. The government has balance sheets that could support direct funding into Three Waters or underwriting debt to support the provision of these services. And I think we need a direct answer from them as to why they're not considering this. Because this would allow us to have a governance structure with much closer input and control by local councils. And this is important because we need to ensure that water services and investment in infrastructure is prioritised in places where we want our city to grow, and that it supports affordable housing, and that it supports the growth that's happening and all of the other objectives that we have, like the vision and strategy for the river. At this stage, I think the best thing that we can do is work maturely on continuing to push for alternative governance structures to be considered, and to work as much as we can alongside of these working groups to put in our advice and the voice of our community. If you look at, there's been some comments around the fact that, you know, we're just doing the same thing that we did last time, but there were plenty of councils that took a stance which was basically a big fat no last time around, and that didn't actually achieve what you're looking for. So I'm not convinced that the approach that the amendment takes is the right one at all. Overall, I'm really focused on ensuring that we get good outcomes for our community, and there's some massive challenges ahead of us which require a change to the way that we deliver Three Waters. we need to deliver affordable housing. We need to deliver on industrial land and economic growth, and this will require innovation. Not only it will require investment in infrastructure, but also we need to address the fact that we have really tight constraints on the water that we can draw from the Waikato River. We also have climate change knocking on our door, and we're going to need much greater resilience to deal with droughts and water supply going forward, which again is going to require more investment than we're putting in right now. So overall, I support the motion. I can't support us withdrawing from the LGFA. I don't think that's a wise move. And I think that we need to take a mature approach to this.
Just a gentle point of order, Your Worship. It's LGNZ rather than LGFA. Is it what you meant, Sarah?
Yes.
Sorry, mate. Cheers.
This is one of those alphabet soup words, right?
You're on mute, Paula.
Sorry about that. Thank you. Councillor Donovan.
Right. Thank you, Chair, and others for your comments. I'm sure there's going to be a few more to come yet, but look, where do I start? I appreciate the variety of the views that have been tabled so far, and as I say, more to come. Look, I've pulled this line out a bit before already, but and I probably will right up until the next election, but I am still the newest councillor and still learning from the experience of you all, and I'm enjoying it. But to be frank, and I don't like being frank because I prefer to be called Mark, but to be frank here today, I'm actually astonished that the government has openly misled us with multiple aspects of this reform. Look, to me, and I'm such a novice, but it's so clear that there's been an agenda mandated right from the beginning, and no true intention for our city council to be able to opt in or out of this reform. I'm not telling you guys something you don't already know, but look, as I've got older and some would argue slightly more mature, I'm sure we all agree on that one of the most important aspects in any relationship is trust, whether it be in a public or private capacity. And look, I, for one, along with the countless amount of ratepayers who have contacted not only me, but all of us, can see that our government has not demonstrated two basic principles, being trust and transparency, largely due to this Three Waters reform. And now I fear the local government reform to follow is likely to transpire in a similar way. When I was out campaigning for the by-election and subsequently I've been inundated with all of the feedback that Hamiltonians do not want us to hand over our control of our water assets to four entities, certainly in the format that they're suggesting. And it's probably come across as a question, but it's rhetorical. Am I naive to believe that democracy is still alive and well in this country? I would like it known that I would be supporting the Taylor-Bunting motion.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Maniston.
Thanks, Mayor Paula and other speakers today. It's really a reform of Three Waters that's the most urgent and imminent, especially in light of the Minister's recent announcements. And our council, all through the process, have diligently participated and at all stages given feedback and considered hard the model that's being proposed. We've raised our concerns and done that loudly through comprehensive and really well considered submissions. And in those we asked that our voice be heard around the accountability, governance, the maintenance, the management structures. And we've also pushed for community engagement and that be in a funded way. And along with the other concerns that we've raised around the ownership model, the size of the entity, a clear understanding of the financial benefits as well, and not just the long-term ones, but the along the way financials too. There's been a comment across the media in various forms from all kinds of interested parties that councils have been ignored, and that through that we've been disrespected, and there's calls to leave our governing body, the LGNZ, and I fail to see how that's going to help us to grow a stronger voice and an influence. It certainly won't be doing that. In my view, though, there has been evidence that the Minister has heard some of Council's appeals and has responded to the issues raised. It's a real credit to Stephen and the team in the work that they have done to respond to the reform that's being put up, and to put up credible solutions to that. And I commend you on the work that you've done through that process and the light that it puts Hamilton in. It's a real credit that we've received the feedback that we have, and that's been acknowledged by government in the most recent papers that have been delivered. So, and I believe that the establishment of those working groups are an ongoing willingness by the Minister to look to find solutions where she can. And we already know that one of those working groups has been stood up, and we know the makeup of it. We also are soon, or perhaps do know, the terms of reference, but I think there's some time to go before they are fully understood and clear to us. I look at what I think is our opportunity and that of the sector to have ongoing influence over the shape and form of this reform, and to work through the challenges and to get answers to our financial and ownership questions. Those are still outstanding, and there is the opportunity to change what's being offered. The working groups can have the weight to recommend other options that are based on what has been raised through the feedback process, not by just ourselves, but by many, many other councils around the country. And that will give us the chance to build a better model. By participating in that process, we can demonstrate our ongoing desire to work together in a really cohesive way with other councils to find those solutions that are workable and that are much more agreeable to us. But more than that, I think it's also about finding a solution that reflects our community's interests and benefits, and the interests and benefits of other communities around the country, and that they be at the heart of what the final proposal will look like. And we owe that to Hamilton. Together with that approach, I'll be supporting Councillor Rob and Ryan's motion, and endorse expressing our disappointments, but urging genuine opportunity to resolve our differences. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Naidoo.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. First, I just have to say that I think I like Frank. And second thing I have to say is Councillor Bunting, that was probably one of the best, most entertaining debates I've heard this term. And I was trying to keep a really serious face, but it was just, was so good that I just had to break a smile. So thank you for your passion in this area. I don't want to speak for too long, because I think that I said enough the last time this issue came up. But I was just going through what I said the last time, and I wanted to repeat my last point. And I said, we need to send a clear message to say that our water assets are not for sale or negotiation. Our residents have invested in the cost and the maintenance of these assets for decades. And the big question is, will government mandate this issue and do it anyway? And that's what I said in September. And of course, we all know what the answer is now. So for myself, thank you everyone for your debate. I have to think about what our residents are saying right now, what I'm hearing right now. I feel like we have been ignored, and that's not on. And the question becomes, when will we be listened to? When will local views be taken seriously? And until I feel confident that that will happen, I will have to support the Deputy Mayor's motion today. Thank you.
Mute. Thank you. Councillor O'Leary, Ryan. Oh, no, sorry. Ryan, you haven't. Councillor Hamilton. Apologies.
Thank you. I think most of us would all agree, and certainly most councils have agreed in some form of reforms that's come through fairly clearly. Unfortunately, there's definitely been some missteps from the government in terms of the models and the way they socialised it with us. Well, they didn't give us models, they gave us a model, and the comms and the opportunity to engage, and I think that's been really unfortunate. Where I separate from the motion and the amendment, and the speakers so far have given me clarity, so I'm grateful for that actually. With the motion that we'd work with like-minded councils to try and achieve a better outcome, it's been done and the result is negligible. And that was picked up in the report, that it would be piecemeal and dysfunctional at best. So unfortunately, I can't see that being a valid solution. And I think that's why the government has stepped in. And the irony in Mark's criticism, I think about 2 or 3 minutes of his debate, he actually spoke about the motion, so it obviously had an impact on him. But the first 2 lines of the amendment actually looked like they were cut and pasted off the motion. So I don't know if that's a tribute to Mover Rob or not. The amendment also, ironically, refers to a sternly worded letter, only this time from the Mayor of Waimakarikiri, or however you say it, of all places. So it still has a sternly worded letter. What is also really unfortunate, and Kesh used the words, our assets or asset thieving, and the opposition parties haven't helped. But what gets lost in the noise is that these so-called assets are actually equal part liabilities. They actually cost us a tremendous amount of money. We're quick to forget the dog that's not barking, which is the staff, which obviously will go off video and will go silent during these times. But they're the ones that are looking at the future and going, how the hell are we going to fund this? And of course, they can't get political, but we know already there's $400 million in our 10-year plan that's unfunded. And that doesn't even include the growing level of compliance and growth. 400 million. So we've got to do something different. As tempting as I am to jump on board with Jeff and Mark and Ewan and join their party, because I know they would have a really good party, I feel that we know the boat is already in the water and it's moving. And the best thing we can do for our citizens is try and be a rudder and guide and influence towards the best outcome. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor O'Leary.
Thank you. I've got my own little timer here, not that I hope that I will go over. Look, I'm supporting the amendment because it does propose some action. With respect, I can't support a motion for a variety of reasons, but also one that's factually incorrect. The motion states that we, as council, restate our strong opposition as rejected by this council on the 30th of September. But that's not what we did on the 30th of September. The wording in that letter said we don't support the reform in its entirety. It's not strong opposition. It also said that the government should continue its reform program. That's not rejecting a proposal. Look, the announcement that we heard 3 weeks ago, I heard and read the words from the minister that said Three Waters is one of the issues that has languished for far too long. So I looked up languished and it says to deteriorate, decline or weaken. So I looked at and thought about over the last roughly decade of our water assets and our water service and our water management. And I don't see that we have languished. As chair of infrastructure, I just want to go over a couple of those things because I think, quite frankly, that we are being yet again, and I've said this in previous debates, caught in the fog of someone else's detail. And we're playing into the hands of those who simply don't have the best interest of Hamiltonians at heart. I looked back in 2014, which is where we really started our most significant commitment to providing outstanding infrastructure. And in 2015, we invested 18 million to upgrade our treatment plant. This was also the same year that we attempted to support a CCO to improve our delivery of water to join a sub-regional CCO. Okay, it didn't work, but we got close and we should try again. That very same year, we innovated in the water space because we developed a low river water contingency plan with a barge that was innovative and specifically designed for the Waikato River. It's now been fully tested. So if we in dire straits have low water supply, we have a backup plan and we can continue supplying Hamilton residents with water. I do not see that as languishing. We continuously achieve compliance with our drinking water standards. In 2016, we invested in a new water reservoir in Rototuna and throughout the years have spent money and time and innovation with planned upgrades. In 2017, we invested 26 million for our sewage and stormwater system with a mix of renewal assets and planning for growth. And our current LTP has two significant major pieces of work that will improve our water delivery service, being the 336 million water plant and 244 for the wastewater plant. Now, this only doesn't just support a growing city, but it caters for a connected and well-resourced sub-region. Where is Hamilton City languishing here? Right now, as we speak, just down the road from me, we are investing $16.9 million to upgrade our stormwater in one of our older suburbs, which was a commitment we made in this LTP in the West. Where are we languishing there? We are simply allowing someone else to tell us that we are languishing, and we've bought into it. The motion is heavy in detail and in letter writing. It lacks action. And it's just buying into the minister saying that we are languishing, and we simply haven't. We have planned, we have invested, we have innovated, and we continue to look for ways to improve our delivery of services for the people of Hamilton. And we are open and keen, as we have been in the past, to look for a regional response. We do not need government coming in and centralising something that we have proven to be doing very, very well for the residents of our city. Thank you. You're on mute.
I know. And it takes me time to move the cursor because it's going this way around the screen instead. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. Look, the amendment is clearly different to the motion. The amendment shows clarity, leadership, and strength. I would never support any amendment or motion that calls into the question the governance confidence if I didn't truly feel they have shown zero confidence in their process. And I have looked at their process, and I have been brought to the conclusion that we should have no confidence in their Three Waters proposal. They have misled us. The minister has flip-flopped. has changed from, oh yes, there could be, there would be the opt-out scenario, to suddenly being no opt-out scenario. We have clearly been misled. I find it nonsensical that we would be advocating, as the motion suggests, that we are to continue with some meaningful dialogue with this government that has shown so little respect to us in local government and absolutely have misled us. I'm fascinated that somebody would think that's a sensible idea. I have zero faith currently in local government New Zealand. They have sold us out. And so to ask some of my colleagues questions, why would you no longer want to support the entity that is created to advocate on your behalf? Well, here's the simple answer. They forgot to advocate on our behalf. They unilaterally decided a course of direction. It's some irony that nearly 70% of councillors wanted to go the other way. So that's why I would like to part ways with them, because they're not doing the fundamental job. Now, my good friend, Councillor Dave, quoted a good chap, Don Quixote, in his proposal. Fascinating. If you read the story Don Quixote, it's about truth, lies, madness, and sanity. Well, there's certainly a lot of lies. There's been very little truth, and there's absolute madness. It is absolute madness to suggest that if you keep doing the same thing that you've done before, and you think you're going to get a different outcome. We're not. We've played, we've danced, we've waltzed with the government, and they keep standing on our feet. I point out to my good friend, Councillor Ryan, who raises issues of confusion. I have to say, I got confused when the dogs were barking and the boat had no rudder. The reality is the boat is the Titanic and it's about to sink. The best thing is to do is say, Mayday, we've got a problem, and leave the boat. In terms of the dogs barking, you're being I think a little unfair. After all, we all accept, either side of the debate, that someone is going to have to pay for the significant infrastructure. The elephant's been in the room for years. The current rate take was never going to be sufficient. We always needed the involvement of central government. The critical issue is we believe, and those in the amendment believe, that there were meaningful, legitimate, alternative ownership models that would have addressed the funding issue and ensured local control. So I say again to those who have chosen to move with the motion, two wrongs don't make a right. You made a mistake in my judgment the first time. Don't repeat the behaviour. Save yourself, represent your ratepayers, move to the amendment and send a clear, strong, detailed response to this government. We're not going to stand for being misled. We're not going to stand for asset thievery, and we're not going to stand for flip-flop. We're in the interest of looking after all of our residents. We don't achieve that by surrendering it to four mega entities where our individual rate payers lose their control. And this is really important because some have run elections before on this, they're also bound to get water meters. How do they feel about that?
Thank you, Ewan. I'll take a turn at debate, if I may. I think there's anybody listening in live stream today will be in no doubt that we are potentially the most eloquent debaters in the country as a council. I will, of course, as I did way back in September and always do, I will represent the democratic decision of council, because that's what a mayor does. He gets in behind the democratic decision of council. And I will send to government the messages that this council determines that government needs to hear. Having said that, so I don't like, in some instances in recent times, had words put into my mouth from others. I will speak for myself, and I will do that now. I opposed reform, and we can be cute about the words opposed, reject, do not support. I opposed reform in its current form. The way I oppose reform in the current way it is proposed right now. I opposed reform in the way it was proposed in September. We didn't wave a white flag, as has been suggested recently, and surrender, lay down and surrender, not at all. We didn't give in because we have much to say, and we still do have much to say. And I personally want to be part of a council where I project my voice on your behalf as loudly as possible into the decision-making space. I don't want to be locked out of any future debate about our futures, whether it be this one part of reform, which is the Three Waters, whether it be local government, or the huge mega train that's coming our way, which is the Resource Management Act reform. I do not want to be outside the building. I want to go right on in on your behalf and sit on the big table with the decision makers and inform and influence. I want to bring fresh thinking, and I want to make it quite clear, I'm really pleased with the work that Rob has been working so hard over the last 4 or 5 days to find a constructive and balanced way forward, and I support that. Because I do think it allows us to it allows us the opportunity to continue to have a voice. I'm not quite sure what good deciding that we're not going to say anything does. I have no idea what good. It didn't do any good to the councils. Remember, there were some that said that last time, and that didn't shape anything at all. So either way, change is happening. Let's get alongside it and do the best for our people. And let's make sure that we are informed by the staff and by our communities to put a really strong foot forward. And I've never subscribed to any political party, it might surprise you to know. I don't play in that space. I've worked in water reform since 2014, and that was alongside the national government at that time. Just in terms of, I think there's some very valid points raised in all the debate today, and I really do want to thank you all for the way that you played the issue, not the people, because that's incredibly important about a functional and collaborative council such as ours. Angela raised some comments around the cost of infrastructure. She's absolutely right. We've always acknowledged that we do a sterling job with our water assets. Having said that, I've been listening to Mairi Porter, who was being taken down to Wellington to help inform the process, and Andrew and the likes. And I have heard Chris, Alan and others talk about the shortfall in infrastructure recently. We heard, for example, $200 million of shortfall in year 11, which of course is just outside of this long-term plan for stormwater alone. We've got a southern wastewater plant that needs funding. Puketi will only be the funding we put for Puketi will only extend its life so far before we need another wastewater plant. So we have been talking about the cost, but not really acknowledging the elephant in the room, which is the future cost of infrastructure. Except Councillor Hamilton did do that. He alerted us to the fact there's a freight train across coming. And we've said to the government, and we must keep saying to the government, we cannot go it alone. We do not have the money to bring all this infrastructure to cope with growth, which includes water infrastructure. If you don't come alongside us, we can't do it. So I strongly support that we keep in that conversation about future infrastructure. In terms of waters, as I've said, doubling back to where I started, don't like the look of this, totally not happy that it's been mandated, and I want to do better. Let me summarise it this way. And of course, I'll live with the will of council and the public. let me put it this way. No to privatisation. No, no, no. No to current asset proposals. No, no, no. There are better ways. As Sarah has talked about CCOs, there's the LGAF, there's all other kinds of shareholding models that we would like to come to the table with. So there's no for those. And anybody who out in the public finds it convenient to try and label me as pro-privatisation and selling our assets is being a little mischievous in my point of view. But yes, to comprehensive community engagement before the select committee process. Yet, thank you. On my last couple of sentences. Yes to comprehensive community engagement, much more than is currently on the table. Yes. And yes to hard-hitting collaborative engagement with councils, other councils, local government New Zealand, and central government. That's the place we play in. We are influencers. We've got to be powerfully positive influencers. And I think running away and saying, no, stuff it and throwing our toys over the pot won't be a more effective approach. Thank you. Councillor Gallagher.
Yes, thank you. Can I just, I totally respect all the previous contributions, and this, I realise the council on this is finely balanced. I hope we continue to treat each other with respect, and I'll refer to that in a minute, and that we maintain collegial relationships, even though we're clearly divided. Can I just restate the motion put forward by Councillor Pascoe and Councillors Ryan? Restates its strong opposition to the Three Waters reform model as currently proposed by the government and is rejected by this council on the 30th of September 2021. Fact. Expresses, and this is a tough word, its bitter disappointment with the recent decision by government to mandate the new water entities without proper comprehensive consultation of the feedback provided by this council and by other councils. Can't be clearer than that. Insists that any process going forward ensures that each and every council is assisted, encouraged and funded by government to undertake comprehensive community consultation. You can't be clearer than that. I respect then we divide as to the best means to state our opposition to the current model that has been proposed by central government. I think we have to be very careful of using historical analogies, having just been with our Mayor to the Remembrance Day service this morning, where she represented us incredibly well. With respect, I support the Mayor's leadership on this issue. And I have to say to everyone in this chamber, Paula Southgate is no Chamberlain. And with respect, as much as I do think the Deputy Mayor does a whole heap of good work, I'm not sure if the Churchillian analogy is appropriate in this case. And I think we really have to dial down some of the rhetoric. And I think we will have to, if you like, agree to differ. Here's my take. Number one, I do not agree with the rest of council on the current model of 4 huge governance entities. I don't think that's personally a good fit. Neither do I agree in a country of 5 million with a model that has 67 or whatever separate water entities, given the billions and billions of dollars that we are going to have to fund as a country with regard to our water infrastructure. And neither do I think small communities like Otahonga, Tikawiti, Kawhia, etc. should be left behind and reliant just on a small water entity that would cover their area. So I do personally believe in a regional approach, particularly to governance and water entities in our area. And I want to remind our colleagues, sadly, we spent over $1 million plus to look at a regional water entity, which initially was going to be Waikato District, Hamilton City and Waipa District, and then eventually, hopefully, that would have grown to the rest of the Waikato, in my view. And as Councillor Rob Pascoe and others who were there at the time will vividly recall, that failed. Local government did have an opportunity to rationalise the way in which we administer infrastructure and water. And unfortunately, we dropped the ball. As I said at the beginning, do I think the current model is the best model? No. Do I favour a comprehensive regional governance model where we have strong local input and say? Absolutely. Do I think that the best tactic is just to walk away, wave a few placards? By all means, placards will have their place, but we have to be in the room, every room we can. And please don't infer that Phil Goff and Leanne Dalziel, who were former cabinet colleagues of the Honourable Nanaia Mahuta, are going to be somehow soft touches in those working groups. Not at all. Tough conversation has to happen not just outside a building, it has to happen in every room we can get access to. So that's why I will be supporting the motion. Having said that, I deeply respect, with the exception of some, I think, inappropriate historic analogies, I deeply respect the views of my good colleagues who will be supporting the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher. Right of reply, Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Southgate. I thought it was a little ironic that Councillor Gallagher spoke glowingly about the need for respect around the table at the start of his speech, but then landed the best insults.
Deputy Mayor Taylor, just
point of order. With
yes,
respect,
I've got
Deputy
that.
Mayor, you made reference to Chamberlain, which I could have taken offence at. That was the only point I was making. I don't in this case.
Okay, hang on. I've got this. Let's keep our comments to the issues and not to each other, please. In all instances, and I'm telling everyone the same thing. Thank you. Off you go, Jeff.
Well, with respect, Paula, you're a bit late for that. You could well have said that during Councillor Gallagher's speech, but never mind.
If the Deputy Mayor's upset with my reference, I sincerely withdraw and apologise. I withdraw and apologise.
Right, fine, thank you. And I was too intent on the debate to have noticed, but let's try and keep it. We're a very collegial, very professional council. We've done a great job on a difficult issue today. Carry on, please, Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Southgate. Yes, look, I thought Dave made some good points. I must admit I was a little surprised. But I think Dave's been a fantastic campaigner for many, many years, and I think with his experience, he knows well that if you're being played, then it's time to get out and try a different tactic, which is really what we are suggesting here. He talked about refusing to talk. Well, I'm not advocating refusing to talk. I'm advocating talking.
Oops, you've gone stuck. Jeff, you're stuck.
It's the internet's point of order.
Oh, that's one of the worst faces to get stuck into, isn't it?
Into the right people.
Wait, Jeff.
Trying to work out what the government's apron.
I'm not trying to interrupt you this time. I'm trying to be kind.
You're not trying to. Okay.
Listen.
Your internet broke down, bro.
You stuck about 1.5 sentences into your debate with an interesting facial expression, and we couldn't hear a word. Would you like to go to reel back a bit and go again?
Okay, thank you. Councillor McPherson, did you get the bit where I responded to Dave, or do I need to start
just
again?
After the bit of Dave about Dave, that's when we lost you.
Yeah, look,
I loved it.
I thought Dave made some good comments, and I do think being the have I gone again?
No, you're buffering a weeny bit. Do you want to turn off this screen and speak without it? Will that make any difference? I don't know. Somebody using the microwave? You said that the other day.
Yes, okay. Can I suggest to be helpful that maybe Jeff dials out and dials in the meantime Rob does his right of reply, and then
no, Jeff's going to do his right of reply first because that's what we agreed to reverse the order.
I thought we suspended the thing anyway.
He's going to dial out. He's going to come back in. We'll just wait.
We'll wait. We'll wait.
Just all be patient. And then we will have a tea break before we go into the representation review, because some of you may like a comfort stop also.
Yes.
I was sitting there thinking, oh. I've got nothing nice to eat in the house, Angela.
Oh, I have. Which is a big problem. Is he back? Something.
Is he coming?
I'll have another go.
Oh, hello. Welcome back.
I'll have one more go and we'll see what happens. Yeah, look, Dave referred to us refusing to talk. Well, what I'm suggesting is that we don't do that at all, but we talk to the right people. There is actually right now a group that we are ignoring, really, a very large group and growing group of councils around the country, well-funded, with expert advice, who are trying to look at options and get together to fight this plan. And those councils are currently scratching their heads trying to work out where Hamilton is. So what I'm suggesting is that rather than hanging on to the government's apron strings here, we actually talk to those people. I'm not suggesting we give up and take the ball and go away. I'm suggesting change our tactics, talk to someone different. Councillor McPherson also played the old water disaster card, which the government's been using for a year or so. There's been 5 or 6 issues amongst the whole country, and you're talking 67 territorial authorities. In fact, I read a report in a US journal last week that actually rated New Zealand's drinking water 3rd in the world. So don't believe everything you hear in that respect. I also take a little bit of exception to Sarah's comment about foot stomping. Look, I make no apology for battling for our residents, and nor do the other councillors supporting this amendment. There's something to fight for here, folks. There really is something to fight here. This is unprecedented. We should not go down quietly. We should make a noise. Your residents want you to make a noise. And the mayors such as Dan Gordon and the other members of this group, they are not foot stompers. They are quiet, careful, considered, elected members who are trying to find another way through this mess, through a calm and measured campaign. That's what I'm advocating. What I'm trying to prevent is the government dividing and ruling councils. There's a growing group who are trying to fight this together. I would like us, instead of standing on our own and continuing the conversation with the government, to actually join that group. And I have to disagree with Maxine on the working groups. The terms of references are becoming pretty clear, and our input there is going to be anything but meaningful. The working groups, in terms of changing the 4 entities, we are going to have very little weight there. And I think believing anything else is really just spin.
Thank you.
Probably, I've been put off a little bit by the internet. But Paula, you did make a comment about us, throwing up our hands. I can't remember what you said. I'm not advocating we give up and walk away and don't say anything. I'm just saying change the conversation. Talk to our colleague councils, because they've reached out to us. You got a letter the other day. They reached out to us saying, join us, join the group and fight this. That's what we're advocating. Thank you.
Rob can talk to that.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and hopefully my internet will hold up. It's probably getting tired as we are. I was greatly annoyed, as many of us were, when the government ignored the detailed and the fine work that Stephen and his team did in the feedback that the government asked us to provide. Look, I don't always agree with Dave or Dave with me, but in this case, I think he's correct. The government has the power of law on its side, and we need to be cognizant of the fact that we need to work with the government. I remember in reading my history that Churchill absolutely abhorred Stalin, but he continued to work with Stalin right throughout the war and afterwards, even though they had significant differences, both personality-wise and policy-wise. We need to be careful we don't let poor government decision, poor government political ambition and arrogance that could result in our leadership action producing poor outcome for city residents. I agree with Councillor Angela that we have maintained our water assets. And the whole time I've been on council, we've identified and spent significant amounts to ensure that we didn't languish back with our water. And it shows, because we do deliver fine water products to our residents. But I reject her notion today that our motion is inaccurate. I think when you drill down through the two motions, and you go to the belly of each motion, you'll find that there's wording in there that is very, very similar, almost that it could have been written by the same person. I think what is a little bit different here is that those supporting the motion are giving a strong indication now that we're standing up to the government. We're strongly indicating where they are wrong and what needs to be changed to achieve the best outcomes for Hamilton residents. And I reject the notion that we are there standing on our own and that other councils around the country are wondering where Hamilton is. I think what the amendment does, which concerns me, is that, you know, there's been talk about doing something, of standing up, of showing guts, and also the comment from Mark that they're effectively endorsing the Three Waters process. But then the first part of their part B of the amendment suggests that it's urging the government to halt the process. And, you know, reflecting on Councillor Martin's comments, this is what some of us were involved in 6 years ago in trying to set up the local Waikato Water Company. That we did all the work, we came up with all the figures, it all looked good, and then at least one of the councils wanted to halt that process. So I'm just a little bit worried that the approach taken in the amendment is that we're walking away from reform, and like it or not, whether we agree with the government or not, and how they're going to do it, some form of water reform is required. And I don't think we need to be pro-Labor or anti-Labor or pro-national to understand that that is a requirement. I think further too, there is a risk of joining forces with other local government leaders elsewhere. We need to reflect on the fact that we don't know what their specific needs are. We know that, and if I take Waimakariri, thank you. The water challenges there are surely going to be quite different to Hamilton. And so we need to make sure that in terms of what we're seeking is the advocating of the water supplies, delivery and disposal for the citizens of Hamilton. And that must be uppermost in our thought processes here. How we get there, I think both motions probably will get us there in one form or another, but I think by far the safest option is, as Churchill did during and at the end of World War II, continued to work with an adversarial or two in order to get the outcomes that were needed. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Thank you for that good debate. We'll go into voting for the amendment first with the little techie box or otherwise. That's the amendment, which is Jeff and Andy's motion, right? Who are we missing here? Got them all. You've got your thumb up, Jeff, your tick, can't see it.
I think it's reasonably obvious which way he's going to vote.
Right, yes, I do. I'm just trying to make it easier on staff, to be honest. Then I can count easier. Okay, so Jeff's a tick. So anyway, what's the story, Becca?
Yeah. So noting Deputy Mayor Taylor is for the amendment. The amendment is lost. 6 for, 7 against.
Thank you. Let us now go to the substantive motion, please, councillors. Can we clear those reactions, or do they go? Do they disappear?
Oh, no, we can keep them.
There we go. For the substantive motion, please.
The motion is carried, 7 for, 6 against.
Oh, look out, Naya, here comes your letter.
Now, stop it, Bunty, honestly. Go have a coffee. And look, thank you. Before we break for it, we are going to have a break. Before we do, can I just genuinely say thank you for the debate. The public should be genuinely proud of all of the elected members for the way they debate in the chamber. And 99% of the time we managed to keep it a clean debate. So it's excellent. Thank you so much. See you. What time is it now, Becca? It's 4:14. So we'll come back just after. We'll come back at 5:30. Is that enough? That we need to progress? Yep. 5:30. See you back shortly. Thanks. Welcome back, everyone. Just log on to diligence.
Still
Okay.
eating.
What?
Still eating and got my fun cup.
So I'm still eating too. What's in there? I'm just got a cup of tea.
Oh no, just ginger beer, but it's a fun cup.
Oh, nice. What is that? Is that
Oh,
spearmint?
thanks.
What is that?
Green.
Thing? Is that one of those
A
spearmint?
lolly. Ah, oh.
No, I'm an airplane jelly girl myself. Sorry, airplane jelly. The purple
Now,
one.
Maxine, my cheesecakes are healthier than those.
Oh, I
Well,
know,
that's
but
not-
it just
actually, that-
can
that's
get me
not
through the
true.
afternoon.
Absolutely. Looking forward to the special delivery. Very good Uber service.
I
Very good
didn't
Uber
have time
service.
to order in this time, Ewan, but
All you had to do was vote a different way, Martin, and you would have had one by now.
No, I'll get one less, but I'll still get some, I hope, from
No,
you.
no. It doesn't matter how you vote. You will always get a cheesecake from Ewan.
What a lovely man.
If
What
I
a lovely
promise.
man.
okie doke. We're back on, and we're on to item 11, the wider representation
This
review.
will be quick.
That'd be super quick. Go
Great
back.
to hear. Kia ora koutou katoa. Following, I'll just do a quick intro just to cover off the key bits and then we can move into questions. So following the establishment of Māori wards in June this year, the council undertook a wider representation review with the initial proposal being resolved at the 12 August council meeting. The key components of the proposal were to increase the total number of councillors to 14, to retain the current general ward arrangements of 6 councillors elected in the East Ward and 6 in the West Ward, to introduce one citywide Māori ward with 2 Māori ward councillors and no community boards. So this proposal then went out for public consultation for a period of 6 weeks. We had around 500 responses received and hearings took place a couple of weeks ago with around 11 speakers. So today council is being asked to make a decision on its final representation review proposal, noting that the staff recommendation for the final proposal remains unchanged from the council's previously approved initial proposal. Following the decision today, a public notification of council's final proposal needs to be made by the 17th of November. That's a legislative timeframe deadline there. A further 1 month period for objection and appeals then takes place through the Local Government Commission process. So happy to take any questions, noting we've got Dale in attendance, Julie and Chelsea are also here to assist for any specific questions. Thank you.
Okay, so let's just go through questions. Noting that we had, thank you to you for running the hearings and engagement. It was a good process, and we had a lot of written submissions, but then we had people who wanted to be heard, who were able to bring greater detail to the discussion, which I think was very useful. So this is the final proposal. That doesn't mean, of course, that elected members may not want to raise other matters, but we did, of course, have sort of a general wrap up post hearings and engagement to capture the prevailing views at that time. So we'll go from there and have an open debate. Councillor O'Leary.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Becca, I should have asked this offline, but I'll do it now. And you've got the Maxine and my motion to put up, or amendment, whatever it works out. Doesn't worry us. Ours isn't. Excuse me. Ours is just suggesting community committees. Does that, so it's not sort of a real formal part of the consultation. Does that still then go to, and who is it, Internal Affairs or DIA? Same thing. DIA is Internal Affairs.
Yeah, Local Government Commission.
Yeah. So does it still, does that, would our proposal still go through there with the formal rep review?
So that component in terms of what your motion is doesn't technically form part of what we're required to do as part of the representation review, but we, and Dale can jump in here, it wouldn't hurt just to include that as part of the considerations that we send through anyway.
It's the formal part. The formal part basically says no community board. So that's the part under the legislation that the Local Government Commission will be interested in.
Okay, great. That answers the question. Thanks.
Okay.
Sorry, that would, but obviously, I think as Becca's just said, as I understand Councillor Leary's motion around the proposed staff report, I think, I won't speak for, as I've seen it, but that would just go as background information. So that would give the Commission context and background to the final decision we've made.
Correct, Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you. To see it so that we can incorporate it in the questions and discussion, please.
Yep. So, Councillor O'Leary, the motion that you're proposing, did you want to just quickly touch on that, just so to give some context? It's just, and it can be taken as a separate motion. It doesn't necessarily need to be taken together with the.
So sorry, I just put the last of my cracker in my mouth.
Sorry.
What Councillor Maxing and myself are seeking is putting a proposal, that staff report on in the new year on the process of establishing a trial for community committees, one in the east and one in the west. And the outcome that we're seeking with that is that this council does the legwork and then recommends to the new incoming council next year. That's as an explanation, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Let's take questions. Councillor Bunting.
Thanks, Mayor Southgate. Look, it's just a question of you, actually. Procedurally, I've got a motion up regards the single ward versus 2 wards. Will you be taking each of these as separate motions?
Nobody's moved any motion. The staff recommendations there at the moment, and I think it's on.
Becca, how do I?
So you can put it on the table now. I'm happy to. Just to get for debate, I'm happy to move the staff recommendations and then you can go from there, or does it make any difference?
Yeah, I'm happy to second. I mean, with respect, I think procedurally the appropriate thing, and then obviously I'm happy to second that, but obviously then you take Councillor Bunting's amendment, as I understand it, unless Angela.
No,
you take.
I appreciate your help, but I was on the board, so.
No, you can go first if you like. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I was wondering because you and I were pretty much happy with all of it, but wanted to propose the Becca, you've got the words, the single ward as opposed to the east and the west wards. But everything else we were going with the staff recommendation.
Okay, you're happy to move the staff recommendation, minus that with yours.
Yes.
With your additional.
Yeah,
and that
absolutely.
way we don't have to double debate the things we agree on. We might take it in part though, when we get to that bit.
Yeah,
so would that be a clean way to do it, Becca? I'm just trying to be useful.
So as I understand it, we've got potentially 3 proposals to put forward. So you would potentially do a motion, an amendment, and a foreshadowed amendment, and then I would recommend taking Angela's and Maxine's one separately.
Yeah, because there's on the same topic.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep. Okay.
Thanks, Becca. I was just going to question that as the process.
So we've got, so let me see if I'm clear. We've got a motion which is staff recommendation with the alternative for citywide, which is Mark Bunting and Ewan. Okay, and then we have the substantives that the staff motion as it is at the moment. Is that, and what's the third one that you think?
So Councillor Pascoe had indicated that he may have a proposal as well. He's got his hand up though, I see.
Okay.
Yes, I would just wanted to mention the motion I was putting forward, which is the staff recommendation, but limiting the number of councillors to 12 instead of 14, and East Ward 5, West Ward 5.
Okay, so we have 3. I'm happy to not move staff recommendation, having heard what Rob said. Unless somebody else would like to. Martin, what's your view on that?
Yeah, that's why I was asking procedurally, because it's a wee bit sort of tricky, isn't it?
I think, Mayor Paula, sorry, I think if you look, Councillor Maxing and I would be happy to move the staff recommendation. I think we're on the same page with the 2-ward system, and then add into that H. Yep, and David's nodding. Is it an H? Yeah, because we don't support community boards, but we want the community committees in there. Does
Yeah.
that?
Yeah,
Yep.
I'm interested in hearing and being informed by the debate around the 12 versus the 14, which is why I just wanted to keep my powder dry there. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so my recommendation is we've got Angela Maxine staff recommendation with the change to H, and then we would have Councillor Bunting and Ewan's proposal as an amendment, and then potentially Councillor Pascoe's proposal as a foreshadowed amendment.
Which is just the 12 versus the 14, isn't it? That's the only difference, Rob.
Yes.
I'll second it for subject for debate.
Can we debate them all together?
Yeah,
though,
absolutely.
So
Because
Rob's
I
one gets
haven't.
into the, yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah, that
absolutely.
makes sense.
Absolutely. So I haven't made my mind up, but I'm happy to second that because that's obviously a leaning to that discussion. Okay. Any questions in the round now that we know where we're heading with some recommendations? Okay, Mark, are you still got a question, or is that just
Oh, sorry, that's an old hand.
old hand? Councillor Taylor, Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Yes, sorry, Paul, I'm slightly behind the 8 ball. Councillor O'Leary's and Maxine's one will be taken separately, so we can support that. I'm just concerned if I for instance, supporting Councillor Bunting's one, I want to be able to support Councillor O'Leary's one too.
Just to clarify, the change that Councillor O'Leary is commenting on is to do with the current staff recommendation H. So it's just being a little bit more stronger in H in terms of reporting back to council on options to consider for community advocacy. The recommendation that they're adding to that, or they're making a little bit stronger and saying they're wanting a specific report to come back on a trial for 2 community committees in the east and in the west.
So is that part of Councillor Bunting's motion at the moment or not?
Yeah, I'm happy to include that in there. If that makes it easier.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. That simplifies it. Thank you.
Yep.
Right. Brilliant. Right.
Sorry, I forgot to check with Ewan. Are you okay with that, Ewan? Yep, good. Thank you.
Clear as mud. Question around Councillor Angela and the community committees. Just what does that mean?
What do you mean? What does it mean?
What do you mean? What do I mean? What does it mean?
What do you mean? What do you mean, Ryan?
do you mean?
Community committee. So it's less of a formal structure than community boards, which has to go through a whole election process. But it's something that I'm assuming we would have a workshop on, get everybody's input, and we would do it as a trial. So I would assume that they may or may not work out of neighbourhood houses and just be more of a grassroots local community input.
And
more information will come out of a staff report in terms of the parameters of it and what it means.
As I understand it, Angela, your proposal is it's a staff report, and then it's then that report essentially goes to the incoming new council to
That's
determine.
correct. Yeah.
So basically all we're doing is we're getting a staff report. We're looking at the options of a community committee, how it might be a trial in Enderley, for example, Northern, etc. And then that goes off with a view off to the new council for them to determine whether or not they proceed.
Yeah.
Could I also add that it would have a process potentially of consultation with the community, specifically, I think, community houses and other interested parties to feed back into that as well, Councillor Ryan.
Okay, so Councillor McPherson, then I'm at the question as well. Oh, you're mute.
No question. I thought we were starting the speaking list.
No, we're still making sure that
I have to leave soon, as I signified earlier.
Okay, cool. Well, we will get into the speaking in just a minute. Just in terms of the committees, Angela, you're suggesting that some structure would be put in place to look at the pros and cons of different types and where they would sit. Potentially, could they be in the community houses or through the community house network, or how they might actually work? Or so there's a lot more work to be done. A lot more.
But we wanted to focus on community, on the concept of a community committee, as opposed to just having H in the report, which says a workshop to just blank paper it.
Yes, yes. So it gives it a framework. What it looks like, how it functions is all to be determined, but yeah.
Yeah. And then we recommend to the incoming council, as
All right.
Martin said.
Perfect. Thank you. Quite clear. Okay, so help me through the order here, Becca, because it's getting late in the day and my brain's hurting.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table, which is the staff recommendation with a change to H as per Councillor O'Leary's description, and we have an amendment on the table, which is
I think it's the other way around, isn't it? I think Mark is the motion because he was first, and then the staff recommendation.
That's wasn't my understanding, but happy to move it around.
Mark, is that your understanding?
Yeah, I prefer that, but I'm not going to lose sleep over it.
Oh, no, look, fair's fair. You put your. It doesn't matter because we're going to be fair with debate like we have today.
All right. So just to clarify, the motion is Mark and Ewan's one. So that's around the one citywide ward for the general ward, and we have the amendment, which is the staff recommendation with Angela's change. Noting Angela's change has also been included in the motion, and then there's a foreshadowed amendment, which is Councillor Robb, seconded by Mayor Southgate, which is reducing the total number of elected members from 15 in the initial proposal to
Sorry, Becca, it's been quite confusing, hasn't it? We want, Maxine and I would like we're happy to move the staff recommendation as it is. Remove the H, don't put in our H, remove the H, because some members want the opportunity to vote on ours separately.
Okay.
So staff recommendation, cut H off, then our H, our community committee's proposals a separate motion. And that way people,
absolutely, that's as I understand.
Sorry,
yeah.
So we're just dealing with the big one, we're not dealing with the H, we're not dealing with the huge
We'll take H off all of them and do it separately.
So take
because that way we're putting the two wards up.
We're talking about the other. All right, okay. So mover, Mark, would you like to
Hello.
Would you? Can we agree to a 3-minute debate on this later in the day?
Yeah, absolutely. Dave, I know it's irregular, but Dave, I know you've got to get away. Do you want to go first?
I'll go second if that's
all right. Good as wood. Okay, cool. All right. Well, look, it's no secret that that I'm going to propose the single ward for reasons that I've sort of warped on about now for the last 5 years. Quite simply, I think it's a fairer solution for the third smallest geographical council in the country. We're not exactly spread out across the whole region, and the future ain't what it used to be. The debate or the campaign is now run on social media and a few appearances. It's not a signed one. So look, I think a one ward system is far fairer, simply because there are no decisions today, or in fact in many meetings that I can think of, that I only make for the East. The decisions that we make as a group affect the whole city. So the unfairness in that is that half the people are affected by decisions made by half a council that didn't even elect. So I think give the whole city the chance to elect their council. There will be those who argue this is really confusing. We've got STV, we've got Māori wards, etc. We can't do another change right now. I call time on that argument as well. I think if you're going to do a load of washing, you put it all in, and I think it'll actually be less confusing. Sure, there may be a larger list of candidates, but that's just the way it is. I think it's so much fairer. Please don't give me the we can't afford as many signs to get all over town argument. I use Councillor Donovan here actually in his most recent campaign. He had some of the fewest, or had the lowest number of signs of pretty much anyone, and he came romping home. So look, I quite simply think it's a fairer system. It's where the battlefield is now is in social media, and it's not cost prohibitive at all. And there I will stop.
Thank you, Dave.
Yeah, thanks for your indulgence there. Apologies again. Look, just following Mark's speech, which wasn't as good as the speech in the last debate, I have to say. I loved his analogy about putting all your washing in the machine at once, because when I've tried that, push too much in, the damn machine is broken down. So I think you need to be careful about that. And in this case, we've made two significant changes, very significant, when they're not tinkering. We've added Māori wards, Māori councillors. We've changed the voting system completely. And we know from the past with DHBs, etc., that's been a difficult thing for people to get their heads around. Do we want to add a third one? I don't think it's the right time to do that, but more than that, I don't think it's the right thing to do. It isn't broken now. I don't think it needs fixing, but particularly I'm concerned, it's all very well to say that most of the campaign is on social media. That's only partly true, because I don't think Mark II going around knocking on doors was social media. I think that was personal contact. And if you have to do the whole city, 60,800 houses last time I looked, which was yesterday, that's a heck of a lot of ground to cover. And it's much harder for new councillors, or sorry, for new candidates, people attempting to become new councillors, to actually get the profile and to get that sort of work done. It is much easier for incumbents the bigger the ward is. And Hamilton, if it was a single ward of 180,000 population, I believe would be just about the biggest ward in the country in any jurisdiction. I think that's too big. I think anything that reduces the local, and we had enough debate about that in the last issue we dealt with before afternoon tea, is that it can cause problems. Let's keep it reasonably local, reasonably manageable, enable people who are new to the game to have a fair crack at this. And I would think it'll be much harder for them in a single ward citywide, 60,800 houses. Regarding the number of councillors, whether it's 12 or 14, I could go with either. Certainly if I'll probably vote for 14 initially. If that doesn't go through, I'll vote for 12 quite happily, because the principle of the two wards still applies for the general voters. So, and I certainly support the idea of trialling community committees, because I think that will also enhance local input. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Dave. Any other debate? Hang on, we had Mark, so now I'll go to Angela as mover of staff, and then I'll go to you, Rob. Okay, sorry.
And we're talking, Mayor Paula, we're talking about Maxine and I's other motion as well, eh? It's all wrapped up. Yeah. Okay.
Don't talk about the community one. We're going to put that separately. We took H out. We're going to talk about.
Yeah, but we're debating the whole. We can debate the whole lot together. Yeah. Look, I'm going to support the 60% of submissions who responded to the number of the number of ward questions and supporting two wards. But I do understand the rationale for one ward, because as we know, we make decisions for the whole of the city. I also support 14 councillors with a growing city, not 12, but I'm not going to die in the ditch over that one. But I just want to spend the couple of minutes lobbying for Councillor Maxine and myself's proposal. It responds to some of the submissions, both written and the excellent presentations that we received from Holly Snape, representing Community Waikato, and also Mr. Ray Mudford. While they were advocating for community boards, also along with the manager of the Western Community Centre, Neil Tolan, essentially I believe that they were asking this council to do better with our engagement and to find better ways for community input. Many years ago, I proposed to bring back public forums into our standing orders, and I think that's worked exceptionally well. Most times it's packed to the rafters, and all those public members of the public get us, if they're lucky, 3 minutes, maybe 5, to submit on some grassroots issues. So I think it's beholden to us to find another formal way for good community engagement. I know that as elected members, we're responsible for representing the views of everyone that elects us. I understand that. But even today, we've been into the detail of water reforms, local government reforms, and the ever-increasing work that central government is putting onto us. It's really hard to find time in a day to get away from this computer and to get out into the community and gather up those grassroots issues. Certainly completely different now than when I first started on council 15 years ago, that's for sure. The other real major benefit for a community committee is it gives new opportunities for people, particularly younger people, to start a future in local government if they want to, which could be a fantastic pathway. And I think we owe it to the city to do what we can to foster those who will come after us. So hopefully that explains community committees. Obviously, this council will do the work. We'll have a workshop. Staff will put a proposal forward for a process of a trial, and we will recommend that to the incoming council. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. Councillor Pascoe.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Look, I'm supporting the 2 wards. I'd also support Angela's H clause, Angela Maxine's H clause, and would be happy for that to remain in my motion if you have no objection. But what I'm wishing to signal to council is that we have 12 councillors, including the 2 Māori ward councillors, instead of the 14 in the current staff recommendation. I can't see any significant increase in councillor workload that would justify the need for further councillors. I'd suggest that the workload would need to increase by around about 15 to 20% to justify that increase in representation. Central government has signalled massive reforms for local government that will affect the size of councils, and that resizing will happen in the next 5 to 6 years. I have absolutely no doubt on that. And that will in itself necessitate a significant rethink in the size of local government and the massive overheads that we carry. And governance is one of those overheads. I think one of the biggest challenges that councils will have if water reforms occur, and some form of water reform will occur, and the changes to local government, that one of our biggest tasks will be dealing with the stranded overheads that will come from a period of significant change. For example, the water reforms could remove at least 30% of council's assets and maybe around 300 staff. Staff have estimated in this report a triennium cost of around about 100,000 for 2 additional councillors. And of course, that's not part of the remuneration package, but it could also include another $250,000 if an additional FTE is needed to support the additional councillors. And look, like it or not, bureaucratic organisations grow according to size and responsibilities. And I suspect that more than likely council will need that additional 250,000 in its budget in order to fund that additional support. I just think back to our last LTP, the fact that our personnel budget line went up by about 16 million in 1 year is testament to the fact that it is an organisation that does feed itself on the need to have support people. And I'm not critical of that. That is just the nature of a bureaucratic organisation. So now I think is the time for leadership and to commence a process that might reduce the size of council. And I appreciate it's only the start, a relatively small start in terms of costs, but I think it's showing our community that we're up for the changes that will come to us, whether we like them or not, and that we know how we're best to deal with those cost changes. So I'll be supporting the foreshadowed amendment if it gets onto the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Sorry.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. Look, first of all, can I say I fully support Councillor Angela and Councillor Maxine's H. I think investigating whether or not the city would be better off with having community committees is a logical and well-formed idea. We heard some passionate submissions, as we've noted, from both Holly and Ray. So I fully support that, and in fact, I don't think we would be the loser for that. In terms of the balance, the simple debate between whether it is 2 wards or 1, I favour 1 ward, and I think I favour it because actually this city continues to grow rapidly. There's a higher level of expectation of where local councillors are being involved, and the workload is significant. But more importantly, our proposal doesn't see an increase in remuneration. Now I know, and I'll come to Councillor Rob's point about additional cost associated with having 2 more councillors. But in terms of actual funds to pay our remuneration, elected members would take a pay cut to enable the introduction of the 2 additional elected members, in this case being the Maori wards. I note interestingly that Councillor Rob was somewhat silent, having supported Councillor Angela and Councillor Maxine's idea of community committees. He was silent on the, if you follow his logic through, the ongoing additional costs of administration and management of those people. But let me say this, even if there was an additional cost, what price tag do you put on community engagement and having access to elected members? Surely that is worthy of some additional cost. In regards to this premise, look, we've introduced 2 other complex issues, STV and now Maori wards. I think that's being a little disrespectful of the average Hamiltonian. I think the average Hamiltonian voter is relatively smart. And I think they can see that what they're being asked to do. And if we're introducing a citywide Maori ward, some would argue that in fact they will find it more confusing, that they're limited to what councillors they can vote on some arbitrary line. I remind everybody our job is citywide. And as such, we should be confident in standing citywide and letting people make that choice. So for the same reasons, I feel that STV is coming along, moving to Maori wards, that the average Hamiltonian voter will not struggle with the premise, I now have the option of voting for all candidates across the entire city. So that's why I'm supporting Councillor Mark's motion and why I'm supporting Councillor Angela and Councillor Maxine's.
What he said.
Thank you, Councillor Van Oosten. Just remind everyone that I prefer if debate is focused on your views than attacking other people's views.
Thank you, Mayor Paula, and thanks you and other colleagues for the verbal support so far of H and of community committees. Look, participation is a really crucial part of a well-functioning, fair and representative democracy. And with that in mind, any change made to the system can have an impact on participation, both positive and negative. And so it's really important to identify the change that will lead to the most positive outcomes, increased voting rates, a diverse range of candidates standing, ongoing engagement with community through our council and initiatives, and a growing knowledge and understanding of our civil society. In 2013 at the election, we'll have 2 new Māori ward councillors, as others have noted, and have the STV voting system. A really good start to begin to address some of the areas of really low participation and of low confidence in the system. Is that enough change at one time? Does too much change at once create confusion? Councillor Mark thinks that we can handle more, and putting more in, or everything into the washing machine, I've found takes my husband's shirts from being crisp and white to being quite pink and contaminated. So he doesn't like that, and I worry that if we add more and more change, what we will see is a change to the level of participation and a lower voter turnout. And I fear that that might happen. So for that reason, I hope that we keep the rest of our system largely as it is. I support the KISS model approach. Keep it simple and straightforward. I think that will get us the best result. And I support the proposed model as described in the staff recommendation, but with one small change, and that's adding the addition of the community committees or consideration for that. On the matter of 12 versus 14 councillors, I was concerned that adding additional just means that we make it a bit more complicated. But I've had a look at some of the other larger councils, cities around the country, and I note that Dunedin, Wellington and New Plymouth all have 14 councillors. That Christchurch has 16 and Whangarei has 13. So I don't believe that 14 is too many, and that by adding our Māori ward councillors means that we can also have 6 on each side of our beautiful Waikato River. During the community engagement period and through the hearings and engagement process, we heard from a number of submitters who championed a richer community engagement process through either community boards or committees. And that's why, look, I pick up on those signals. Holly Snape made a very good submission to us, as did Ray Mudford on behalf of his group. And that's why I was really pleased to support Angela's motion to explore the establishment of community committees further. I believe that with all, oh, thank you, I've got one more sentence, of the future reform set to be introduced through local government, that having a better connected community will only be an advantage to us and have a positive impact on participation. Thank you.
Thank you, Maxine. Just a few points from myself. Look, I've on a couple of matters. First of all, thanks to the staff for the good work. Thank you to the public for your submissions and taking an interest. It's really hard to engage with council during COVID. Makes it even worse. On the point of community committees, I welcome the opportunity to look further at increasing engagement. I'm really proud of the increasing community engagement that we've been able to achieve in this term of council through a variety of means. Staff have done a great job, a number of initiatives. However, we're not there yet. We're definitely not there yet. And anything that gives greater power to the community voice, in my view, is a good step forward. Devil's in the detail. I'm looking forward to understanding how that committee or committees would function, how people would be appointed to them, how they would interface with the council and so on. But we heard a number of really excellent submissions around community boards. There again, not all the detail was laid down for us, so we would still have questions about how a community committee or a board might work. So I absolutely support the need for further conversation on that. In terms of at large or 2 separate wards, I'm not totally concerned either way. Having said that, I have, I'll be in my 21st year of politics next year, and I have run large every last election that I've run, which is something else. And it is an incredible big process, and there's a lot of geography to cover. Obviously, in any community, the way you move around shapes how you interface with people. I do try to get around all of the city. I've lived east, west, and I'm on the west again now. A number of us have moved around. But I do think either way I can live with it, because at the end of the day, it's all about getting in amongst the people, talking about the key issues. We don't always have to agree on, but talking about the issues. So in that respect, I'm supporting Rob, because I lean to a little bit of the view that it's about quality of representation, not quantity. And I think there's lots of work to do, that's for sure, but I think we're doing a really good job. And you guys work really hard in your portfolios and in your communities. And I don't think that 2 more people will make that even any better. To be honest, it will be just the same. There will just be more people floating around. And so, you know, look, if I was warmed to the idea of more streamlined this, yes, Maxine, you're absolutely right. There's some really tiny councils with extraordinary amount of councillors around the table. I'm not sure what that does or does achieve, because I haven't studied it, to be fair. So what I do know is that there is an optimum size to boards. I do know that at the moment we're doing really well with the chair structure that we have. Everyone has a portfolio of some interest and some portfolios to pursue. And I really like the way that councillors embrace every one of their portfolios and extra work, which is really good. So look, I don't feel strongly about it. What I do feel strongly about is the fact that we need to continue to explore ways to promote community engagement, because we are not there yet. And I have to say that I worry about next year's election, because we are changing some things, and that makes it a little bit more complex. All change is complex. But we're also in this COVID environment. We don't even know what kind of an election we'll be running, whether it will be entirely digital or whether we'll be able to achieve any in-person interaction with our community. It's far too soon to say what it looks like. So people have a lot on their plate. And because of that, the less change, the better, I suppose, is where I lean to. Thanks. Martin.
Yeah, thank you. I think just want to restate, we've actually in essence got 3 very separate motions. The first motion is the principle of whether you have a at-large general ward across the whole city, as against the current status quo of the 2 general wards, east and west, with the addition, of course, of the Maori ward. And then, of course, the next decision we make, as I understand it, is the number of general councillors, whether you're going to have 10 councillors, 5 apiece, plus, of course, the Maori councillors. So, you know, what is going to be a total number, 14 or 12? If it's 12, of course, the members standing for a general ward awards are reduced by 2. So there's 2 councillors potentially facing the exit. And then, obviously, finally, the very good motion that is going to request a staff report looking at what might a trial community committee look like, possibly in Enderley and Norton Crawshaw, and that will be a report to the new council. So I think those are the 3 very separate issues, separate principles. I've, as you say, in my local government role and as MP, I stood initially as a ward count. Well, actually, I did stand initially at large. Then we changed it to 5 wards. And in my view, I think retaining the ward system, I think east and west is a reasonable balance. It's not at large, it's not 5 or 6. I think it does improve the opportunity for new candidates to get profile. And I don't want to embarrass Councillor Naidoo-Rolfe at all. I didn't really know of her until Bossy came to me and shook me and said, do you know this incredible pharmacist up in the Rotatuna area? And to me, again, it's a good example of someone who has a strong local profile, at the time not a citywide profile, but a very, you know, the balance of candidates and councillors having that good grassroots contact. historically, Peter Hirakaio and Councillor Noli Nuttall spring to mind, strong local activity, strong local profiles, but they came through a ward system. I think, given the fact that East Ward and West Ward, you're still looking at 2 wards of 75,000, 80,000 people each. They are still very large wards, but they do improve the opportunity for councillors on various grassroots issues, community house issues, local business associations, to be close to the people or closer to the people they serve. Dave forgot to mention you're going to have radical change with STV, obviously, and of course the very positive addition of the Maori ward. Can I say that election meetings with sort of 80, 90 candidates cramming into one room, I think is not going to be particularly good, but that's as it is. And I do think for new candidates, it's going to be a lot easier to canvass in the East or the West ward rather than citywide. I respect the counter view, but I honestly feel that retaining the current status quo in terms of East and West means that we'll have councillors on community, grassroots, street issues that will be potentially closer to the people they serve. Also, please note that the new incoming council is going to review this anyway. So I would say that if you're looking at status quo, radical change of STV, significant change with the addition of the Maori wards, and I would say keep East and West until such time as we are fully aware what is going to be the role of local government in future. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff.
Thanks, Paula. Look, I think there's really valid arguments on both sides, and I'm not going to traverse them all. I would say that I think as time's gone by, I've begun to think possibly the ward system was created for another age. And, you know, the days before social media, the days before cell phones, we could only reach a councillor with the old landline or mail them a letter or bump into them at a meeting. And, you know, these days elected members are literally just a click of the mouse away. And I'm just not sure that the wards are as relevant as they used to be, or even as relevant as I thought they were a couple of years ago. And maybe now's the time, maybe it's not. But I favour it large, really. I sometimes wonder whether or not we're hanging on to them for the voters or for us, because there's a relative security in being established in your own ward, I guess, and you're not up against the whole city. It's also, as has been said, a lot more convenient to only have put up signs on half the city. But it doesn't mean it's actually the best for the residents and for the voters. In fact, I've begun to think it's a bit of a handicap, really. You're falsely limiting the ability to vote for half your city. As has been said, most of the decisions we make are for the city as a whole. We don't think in terms of East and West very much. And it's become to me just a little anti-democratic, particularly when we've gone to the trouble to vote STV in, which is regarded as a true representative system, which truly reflects what the voters actually want. But then we go and leave this artificial edifice of a ward in there. So the STV system can't actually work as well as it could do. It can't flourish to the extent that I think its proponents would like it to. So I would like to see a step out of the ward system at some stage, and I'm going to be supporting it large today. I don't buy into the whole thing about we've made some changes and we can't make this. I mean, we've made STV and that's the huge change. That's 90% of it. To me, at large now is barely, it's the cream on the top. It's nothing really to me. So yeah, I would, if we're going to do STV, I'd like to really do it on speed and see what happens. And I fully support Angela and Maxine's community committee thing. I'm keen to have a crack at that. I think it's really important to keep an open mind and to listen. And so I'll be keen to see what comes out of that. Thanks, folks.
Okay, thank you, Sarah.
Thank you, Paula. In terms of community committees, I support this motion going forward. I think it doesn't go as far as what the submitters were asking for in terms of community boards, and that's something that if I'm around in a few years' time, then I am keen to explore. But I think that right now, with the degree of uncertainty around what local government look like, it's probably not quite the right time. But with community committees, I'd really like to see them strengthen our relationship with community houses and centre around community houses. So they need, I think we need at the very early stages of thinking about what they might look like, engage with those community houses. In terms of East or West, I respectfully disagree that campaigning is all about what's online. I think that in-person campaigning, signs out on the side of the road, all of those things are important. And it's not, for me, it's not about convenience for myself. I'd be quite happy to campaign either at large or within one ward, but I think that we do need to ensure we're not creating unnecessarily large barriers for new people coming in, especially people who have done great work in the community but don't necessarily have a lot of name recognition. And to be honest, I'd actually like to look in the future at more wards potentially, but I think with STV we should see how that works as well, to see if that's bringing in diversity that we need or not. If you imagine in terms of, you know, a larger city, like you think of Auckland, if they had one single ward, then you have the risk that large portions of the city wouldn't be represented. Here we're a lot more compact, but still we could risk having a very skewed representation. And while we do represent the whole city, I think we have to still have some accountability to those wards that we represent. And finally, in terms of the number of councillors, I'm very open-minded on this. I can see arguments both ways, so I will likely support the amendment to start with, but happy to support the foreshadowed amendment.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Donovan.
Hi everyone, I won't take too long. Just in talking about you know, bits and pieces around the wards, yeah, I'd probably say I do support a one ward system. What I would say is that a lot of feedback for me when I was out campaigning was, first of all, people would say, is there an election on? And then secondly, am I allowed to vote? So I think you might all be a little bit, certainly me having experienced it firsthand more recently, what I've found is that there's a lot of lack of knowledge around where boundaries actually sit. So hence why that would probably sway my one ward thinking. Agree with Sarah too. I'm open-minded on the number of councillors. You know, 12, 14, whichever way you want to go is, I'm not too fussed. But one thing I would say is that when people vote, you know, when we sell ourselves as elected members, we're essentially marketing ourselves as a brand, and standing on the side of the road, waving signs, knocking on doors on the weekend, having a Facebook page, you know, electronic email and all that sort of thing, all forms part of that brand proposition that you're trying to get across, or where you're positioning yourself. So you can't point at one single aspect of it and say it's going to work for everyone, because I think if you actually calculated all the hours I spent out on the road and then said, well, he was out knocking on doors, whereas some of those other some of my fellow nominees didn't spend as much time, but they still got a truckload of votes. So, yeah, I'm not sure if I've made my point, but I need Panadol. Thanks.
Panadol and a big glass of water. There you go. Councillor Hamilton. Oh, look, there he goes. There you go, Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Paula. Yeah, no, I'm confused now, but I have a question, a procedural question. Because I want to support, this will count as my debate, so I'll start again. I want to support Angela Maxine's motion, amendment, but I'm kind of more leaning towards Rob's. So that means I have to vote down Angela and Maxine's to get to Rob's, but if it loses, then we go straight to the at-large vote as the final motion. My procedural question is, if that then gets voted down, it becomes status quo. What is the status quo on this, given there's so many elements we've voted in and not voted in?
I think we have a legislative requirement to make a decision on this. So if, and Dale might be able to jump in if he's still online, but my view is that if all three motion amendments get voted down, we would need to come back with something to seek a decision on this because something's needed legislatively. Dale, you might want to respond.
Yeah, you're quite right. We have to make a decision basically today to get it into the public notice for next week because that's the last legal date. There is no further time. So we have to work through the various issues and the various amendments today to get a consensus so that we can have one final proposal going forward.
Chair Paula, if I can just interrupt, I think H is in my motion. So
H is coming out of all.
Ryan, if you did not agree with the amendment, with the staff recommendation, and it then went, no, you didn't agree with. Oh, I'm confused.
No, just to
we took H out of all of them, didn't we?
Yeah,
well,
so
we've taken H out now, have we? I agreed for it to go in.
It's to be separately debated.
We have. So just to confirm, elected members, we have sent out a copy of the flow of the motion amendment, foreshadowed amendment, and then the separate H. So just if you're wanting to refer to that, that's there for you.
Okay. So Ryan, we won't be voting on that bit about committees in any of the recommendations at the moment. Done separately, right?
So as I understand it, irrespective if the amendment is carried that we retain the ward system, then we have a foreshadowed motion that reduces the number of general councillors from 12 to 10. So basically, the first motion is the principle of whether you have a city at large, two wards or one general ward. Then the actual issue of the numbers will be finally determined by Councillor Robb's foreshadowed motion in the end. If Councillor Robb's foreshadowed motion wins, the numbers of general councillors goes from 12 to 10. If it loses, the number of general ward councillors stays at 12.
Okay, has he articulated that correctly?
What he said.
Right, I'm just asking Becca.
Yes.
Good.
Paula, could you help
just
Paula, just procedurally, you sound like you're underwater again. I get about every third word from you.
Let me just
and it's helpful in the debate because maybe I'm not listening, but when you're doing the administrational stuff, it's really difficult.
Is that better? Is that better?
Slightly.
Okay, let me try this. Is that better? Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. It must default every time I go away to the other microphone. Sorry. Okay. Okay. So we're fine. Any other questions? Oh, we're in debate. Sorry, Mark. I'm losing track. Mark.
Yeah, right. Just write a reply if no one else is going to speak.
Anybody else? There's no. Right. Write a reply.
Jolly good, thank you. Yes, no, thank you very much, everybody. This is going to be fun picking our way through this one. I just want to address a couple of points and have another pitch at the single ward thing, especially to those people who were so keen on STV. I'll get to that in a second. Look, I'm very supportive. I will be supporting the community committee idea, even though only 10% of people in their research said they wanted community boards of any form. I still think it's worth exploring, so I'll be supporting that. The statistics and damn statistics really aren't there. I want to bring up the washing machine analogy, and notwithstanding Maxine's killer blow to feminism everywhere, talking about washing your husband's shirts. This is a changing environment. If you think that this community hasn't coped with change, I don't know where you've been during COVID. They are used to change at the moment. And this would be, in fact, the single ward would be the smallest of all the changes, as Deputy Mayor Jeff said. But look, for all of you who voted for STV, looking for wider and fairer representation, better representation, more diverse representation, surely you would be after a single ward, because it gives a spread out community better chances to work towards representation. And isn't that the goal of all representative democracy? There are communities of interest that I want to vote for on the other side of the river, but I can't if you stick with this antiquated self-serving two-ward system. It's based on a preferential system, and that means that voters will carry more weight across all the issues that concern them and them alone. A single ward means groups in the West can show support or otherwise for the issues in the East, and their votes will have more impact to see what happens. And those of you who are worried about lower voter turnout, if people will vote if they see value in it, if they see effective change. If we stick with the two-ward system, it's quite simple. They won't see a change in how people are campaigning. People are ready for change. This is why we voted for STV. So I would say, let's take it a single ward, nothing to be afraid of. I mean, I could mischievously suggest that Dave is afraid of taking me on a vote count, because we would be doing that. But hey, I'm ready for the fight. So let's go single ward. People are ready for the change. People are mature. And if you want STV to work, I would strongly suggest we go for the single ward. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to? Oh, do you have any emotions? Because I was happy.
Try to reply, Paula.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to the motion, which is the amendment, right? Which is the staff one, which is Councillor O'Leary and right?
Yep, so the amendment, which is what's been emailed out.
Okay, so we're going to that. Please put your little and what happens if how we get to the 12 versus 14? If I vote for this one, even if I'm voting against the citywide, but I'm voting for this, how do I get to the 12 versus 14?
Foreshadowed amendment.
The foreshadowed amendment.
Only if this loses, though.
Yes.
No.
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah, only if this amendment loses, then yours comes up.
Hang on, I can't
two different things here, because I would say, for example, I'd like to vote for two wards at this point in time, but I'm still open to the 12 versus 14. So when does that happen?
If you want 12, then if you want 14, vote for this one now. If you want 12, vote against it and vote for the foreshadowed one, which would come up next if this one
No,
was.
sorry. I mean, basically, you vote for. If you vote for the two wards, then there's a second vote on the number.
No.
Number.
Hang on.
Sorry.
Councillors, can I ask the
Apologies.
governance to tell us, because I do rate their advice. Do you see where we're coming from? Can you?
Yes. Yeah. So Sarah is correct. So the amendment, if the amendment is lost, then the foreshadowed amendment would be voted on.
Which is really strange, because it's almost on a different thing.
Yeah.
I'm very happy with that, but however.
Mayor Paula, can I just ask a procedural question? I think what people are really crying out for is the opportunity to vote for one or two wards, 14 or 12, and the community things. Can we put them in that way?
Separately.
How do we do that, Becca?
probably not at this point with what we've got, but I mean, in terms of the amendment, if that's lost, so the amendment incorporates 14 elected members, and then if you don't want to vote 14 elected members, you would vote for the foreshadowed amendment, which is exactly the same as the amendment, but with less councillors.
Sorry, point of order, Becca. Point of order. This is Rob's is a foreshadowed amendment, right?
Yes.
So
Yes.
basically, irrespective, irrespective, the first motion is whether you want at large or 2 wards. That's the fundamental issue with 14. Rob has given a foreshadowed amendment, as I understand it, to reduce that to 12.
Correct, but we would only vote on the foreshadowed amendment if the amendment is lost.
No, point of order. You actually, sorry, I have to disagree with you procedurally. His is a foreshadowed amendment. It's not an amendment, it's a foreshadowed one, okay?
Yep.
So basically, irrespective of what happens, he can then still put up his foreshadowed amendment. That is
it comes
purely
up
only about
regardless.
numbers, not about east or west.
Yeah, I know.
Look, we are getting a bit confused here because I
Alright.
understand what Beck is saying, but I don't think that was the intent. Now, Rob's, and I haven't made my mind up entirely, but Rob's thing doesn't even rate a look at because it's wrapped up in these other two. Either I vote against I'd have to think about 12 versus 14, I'd have to vote against both East and West and everything else in that suite and at large. I'd just have to vote them both away, which seems like a very interesting conundrum.
Wow, we're going to have fun with STV, aren't we?
All right. Okay, well, we'll have to do it the way it is. It is what it is. Okay, so we're going to Angela's amendment and we're voting on that. That's my face about how I feel about what we're doing here.
So we're voting on the amendment. Is that right?
Which is the 14 and all the rest of the things.
And that's 2 wards, isn't it, Angela?
2 wards, 14.
Thank you.
Excellent. And
the amendment is lost. 6-4-7 against.
oh no, see, it doesn't work. No, it doesn't work because that means that the oh no, so does the foreshadowed one come on the floor now?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, sorry.
And then you can vote against that, and then
All right. Okay, now get you. So now we're going to the foreshadowed amendment, which is Rob and me, isn't it?
Can I ask just quickly, Rob, your 2 wards, 12 councillors. All right, thank you.
Your Worship, as a procedural motion, I will foreshadow. Actually, no, I can't.
You second it.
Yeah, somebody else would have to foreshadow something anyway.
Okay, well, obviously they can't. Anyway, what's the
Okay.
count?
The foreshadowed motion, the foreshadowed amendment is carried. 8-4-5 against. We just need to move that as a substantive motion.
Okay.
So that's, I find, Your Worship, as a, wow, I'm astonished by that result. That so
It's a really messy way of getting to.
Can you just help me again? What is exactly? So we've just voted on the Rob Pascoe foreshadowed amendment. Is that correct?
Correct.
So we're moving to remove 2 councillors, so it's 5 either side,
That's
and
it.
then 2 Maori. Oh wow!
But
Which I opposed.
I wanted to differentiate between 2 things, so I haven't been able to do it in a subtle way there at all.
You wish that somebody could foreshadow another amendment, which is simply the Angela O'Leary. Oh God!
It would have to be.
Could we take a 5-minute adjournment? I need to just bring Becca. I need to get some clarity around this because I think it's set off on the wrong foot. We may have dealt with the different parts differently had we understood what we were trying to achieve here. We had different views on that.
We should have gone.
Yeah, let me
item by
just,
item.
we're just going to stop. We're going to adjourn for, I don't know what time it is. We're going to adjourn for 5 minutes, Becca.
Okay.
And I'm leaving.
Is everyone, yep, okay.
Always forget unanimity that everybody would be pissed off.
It's going to be a vote where no one's got what they actually want.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
Mark, we would have been.
Yeah, I know it's still.
We would have been better
recording.
to be the amendment.
Or we would have been better to have just not put our motion ahead at all, because I would have much preferred to have supported Angela. The way this has been done, we've hung ourselves with our own petard.
And I will just add that the signs I was holding were on the West Ward, just for the record.
Oh God, I'm tired. My eyeballs are so dry.
You and I could put up a foreshadowed something.
Yeah, you could.
Yes,
you and Donnie and Ryan hasn't spoken. Ryan hasn't, or is it? If you've spoken, you can't put something.
This is what I outlined. This was the reality of what could happen. And
You saw it coming. You saw it coming.
This is what Rob wanted.
That's what it was at the last meeting.
Yeah.
You should just put that bloody thing separately.
And it was because people were voting down something to get to the next thing. So yeah,
Correct.
And that never ends happy for anyone.
Totally agree. You should have voted on the principles.
Is
first.
there anyone who hasn't spoken?
I mean, you principle of at large, east, west, then go to numbers.
Yeah.
Is there anyone not
Simple.
speak?
We can rescind a decision.
Yes.
Yes.
It is really messy. It got really messy. We could have, should have, would have, exactly.
Well, Paula, with respect, I gave you advice, is for heaven's sake, you vote for the principle of whether you want at large or east, west, separate motion. Then you get into the motion about numbers. It's so simple, with respect.
I get that, Martin, but it wasn't what had actually happened. So what we should have done is separate those elements. And I know that's what you were trying to achieve, but that in fact was not what had happened.
That's what Councillor Ryan suggested as well.
Hang on a second, because we'll pitch in, it will just go messy. I'm trying to find a way to, having spoken to Becca, and I rely on her experience here. If with all agreement with everyone, we can separate those elements off if everyone feels happier than that. Because even though I might have a view, I do not want to, by default, come to a decision which isn't really where people wanted to be, right? So what we could do is vote for city versus wards, 12 versus 14, and so on.
Great idea.
We would, in order to do that though, we have to clean the slate, which means we have to, by all agreement, we have to rescind. We have to all vote together that we want to start this debate again.
With respect, we're in a process. Rob and I have supported, you seconded his amendment. We need to go forward and have the vote now. The only option really is to vote against this, and then it goes to status quo, which to Dale's point, we have to arrive back on a decision. But to be honest, this is the decision that I chose democratically, so I'd like to see it through.
Yes, and I know what my inclination is. But
You seconded it.
Yeah, I get that. But what you're missing is that by wrapping it up all in the suite, people weren't able to really decide on the various parts.
Your Worship, we've got a way forward. Let's
Anyway,
vote
let's
against it, and then
let's vote against it. If you don't want 12 seats, you vote against it, and it goes to, that's what.
Can't do that.
Well, you can vote for or against, can't you?
Well, we've already voted.
No, it's got to be a substantial. Councillor Rob, you know it's now has to be voted again. It becomes a substantial motion. So following your principles of democracy, we're entitled to vote against it.
My principles.
Hang on, I would really like this governance to guide this system and to step in and take that lead. So I think Ryan's right statistically. If it's lapsed, we're back to status quo, and then what?
And then there's a further opportunity to just, we can redo it separately is what we've suggested. So you do the components separately just to make it a bit easier to go through.
Exercise your strong view against 12 if you have one. All right, we're going to go to the vote. Substantive motion. Thank you.
So can you be clear, Mayor Paula, what we're actually, what is now the substantive motion?
Your motion.
Your motion.
Okay. The foreshadowed amendment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if it's lost, we're back to discussion.
Paula, your vote's still up. I don't know if you're meaning to vote for.
Because I did second it. So Ryan's right, I seconded it. I just didn't want to strong arm anyone else either. Where are we at, Becca?
I'm still waiting.
Yes.
I think we're waiting on Dave.
It's gone.
It's a hung vote.
Oh no, it's not.
Yeah, it had to
No,
go.
it's
It's had to go.
Is everybody clear on what they're voting on? So we're voting on reducing the elected members down to 5 either side.
Can we go again? Sorry, I'm now just confused. We're voting on still the substantial
motion, which is 12. That's what we're voting on, right?
5 either
Okay.
side. If this loses, then we're back to the beginning, like Monopoly.
Right, make sure you
Actually, no, we
cast
come
your
back to the
vote.
motion then.
Councillors, this is becoming a complete dog's breakfast, and it was because it wasn't set out.
Because it's late in the day.
Becca, can we put it up on the screen what they're voting on?
Yes.
I think that'll be helpful because people are getting a bit confused because they're getting a bit tired.
Yeah, I agree.
What's going on?
Thanks.
I think we should have been separated from the go. Okay, so we're voting on the 12, right? Okay. Thank you, though. Okay, excellent. What's the result?
Just checking everyone's voted apart from Councillor McPherson. Yep, so the amendment as a substantive motion is lost. 8 against 4.
Now, I don't want to throw a spanner in the works here, but then doesn't it actually go back to the motion, which is the only thing left on the table?
It does, yes, technically in the process.
And
So-
I withdraw
Yeah.
the second of the
Yeah,
motion.
I was going to withdraw the motion then,
Yep.
so that gets us back to this place that we want to get to. So if that's helpful.
Right.
So
Where
now we can put it.
Becca, please tell me.
Yep, so we can start with the number of councillors.
Right.
So does anyone want to put forward a motion or an amendment regarding the number of?
I think Angela.
Angela wants to do something, yes.
14.
Second,
However, that's expressed 12 general and 2 Māori. Is that
Yes.
correct?
And I will go with, I'll maintain my position with Groff on the 12.
I will,
Okay.
yeah, I'm back for that amendment.
Okay.
Which is
Well,
Yeah, but let's do
you
this
just vote-
first.
You just
So we
vote
have
against it.
You just vote against it.
I'm happy to second that if a seconder is needed.
Already seconded it for the
Mark.
14.
Oh, okay, thank you.
No dramas, unless you want
So
to.
the, let's bear with it, or we'll be here till midnight. So we have an amendment, which is Rob's, which is the 12 seats, right?
Actually, point of order, you can't put up an amendment that just directly negates the motion.
No,
So
It doesn't negate it.
Doesn't,
No,
it's
it
different
doesn't.
numbers.
No.
really?
It's different numbers, yeah.
I thought
Yeah.
they were only two
Different numbers.
choices.
No,
Yeah.
different numbers.
Yeah.
Good try there, Mark. Thank you.
No, I wasn't trying anything. I was just trying to.
So could we just, so we're clear and we're slowly, just put that up, that new motion up on the board so we're crystal clear what the motion is. So as I understand, we're voting purely about numbers, but let's just see the wording if we could. Obviously, there's a
Well,
motion
that's
and an
that's
amendment.
That will mean typing it up. Basically, it's as simple as 12 councillors with 2 wards. Simple. That's the amendment. The substantive is 14 councillors, 2 wards. That's
Right,
it.
so the amendment is for 12.
Well,
Yes.
okay, so we take the amendment first, please.
Sorry, I thought we were deliberately doing the number of councillors and wards separately, and now it's being put all back together again.
No, it's not together. We're just voting on the numbers.
Okay.
So the amendment is 12. The motion is 14.
Councillors, well, versus 14 councillors. The amendment is 12. The other motion is 14.
Correct.
Simple. Let's just vote on the number of councillors, and it would be really good if we just let Becca guide us because we're having too many voices and it's getting muddy. Okay, Becca, we're going in.
Yep.
So Rob's amendment. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, let's do that. Thank you.
Okay.
Mark.
So the amendment for 12 councillors is lost, 547 against.
Right. We're going in.
Now we vote on the motion,
Motion.
which is 14.
Yeah.
So the motion for 14 councillors is carried, 843 against.
Did we just make a decision?
We did it last.
Hallelujah.
But we made the decision in a straight way as opposed to a slightly skewed way. And I'm more comfortable with that, even though I was going the other way.
Correct. Okay, so the next component is the general ward component. So does anyone want to put forward a motion for the general ward makeup? Martin, you're on mute.
Oh, Martin.
I will put the motion forward that we have a east and west general ward.
I'll
One
second.
ward for the east and one ward for the west. Obviously, the Maori plus the citywide Maori ward, if that's appropriate in terms of. So that there would motion if I have a seconder for that.
I'll put an amendment
I'll
up.
second that.
And I'll amend to the single ward, please, with one.
I'll
Maori
second.
ward. Thank you.
So,
Okay,
okay,
so-
councillors, the same rule applies in that we're going with the amendment, which is Mark and Ewan at the moment on at large.
Can we just, so we're crystal clear, would you, Becca, are you able to put that up, or are we all clear that we're voting?
I think it's all clear.
citywide?
It takes a little bit of flapping around
Okay.
behind the scenes to get it sorted. So just to be clear, the amendment
One
is
ward, one
citywide ward.
Citywide.
Yeah.
One ward.
Motion
is-
is
That's what we're voting on now.
That's what we're voting
Yep.
on now. Okay, so let's go.
Those of you who voted for STV.
Sorry, what are we voting on?
Oh,
Single
right.
ward.
Oh, stop being cheeky, Ryan.
No, I literally, I don't know if we're voting for the
Okay,
motion or the amendment.
so
at
just-
large.
Amendment,
The amendment, which
was-
is one
One
ward,
ward.
city-wide.
city large.
That's we're doing the amendment.
First, the motion is for the two wards.
Let's not confuse things.
Could I make a suggestion and just let the governance manager state what you're voting on?
Yeah.
Thank you, Lance. So we are voting on the amendment, which is one citywide general ward.
Oh, I think I did.
Just that is that everyone? Yep. So the amendment is lost, 448 against. So we're now going to vote on the motion, which is for two general wards, east and west. The motion is carried for two general wards, east and west.
Right. And the next one.
The next vote is for the citywide Māori ward. Do we have someone to move and second that
I'll move.
component?
What's that? City what? Mine.
For the citywide, citywide Māori ward with two elected
I'm happy
members.
to move it.
Yeah, me and Sarah had it, I think.
So who moved and seconded? Yep.
My tick is still up from last time, but just.
Maxine, you.
Maxine and Sarah?
Yeah. Yes, please.
Thank you. Okay, there's no amendments for that, I understand. Okay, so we'll put that to the vote.
Just note my tick was up from last time, so we should clear in the same bracket.
Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep, just
Everybody else?
waiting on a couple. One more. Thank you. The motion for one citywide Māori ward with 2 Māori councillors is carried. The fourth and final component is for community boards.
Committees.
Committees.
I know we need to vote the community board down.
Oh, big pardon,
Yeah,
sorry.
or up, or for, or against,
Can't
sorry.
we just go back to the suite of recommendations that already everyone agreed on?
Don't start.
I think we need to just do this one separately as the rest of them. So if anyone's got a motion regarding community boards,
That was,
no.
can I have a question, please, if I may?
Correct. Yep.
To Becca. So this, we're voting for the original recommendation not to have community boards as such, since when there'll be another motion put up by Angela where we're looking at a staff report into trial community committees. Is that right?
Correct.
Thank you.
So we need a mover and a seconder just in relation to community boards.
Okay, I will move that we do not pursue community boards.
You need a second.
That's status quo anyway. If we don't move it, then it doesn't happen.
Just need a specific, we need a specific resolution as part of the legislative requirements.
I'll second it.
Ryan? Thank you. And we're now voting on the motion to not have community boards.
So an affirmative vote is a vote against community boards.
Correct.
Right.
Wait, what? Sorry, are you lost me? You're voting to.
For the motion.
Negatives there. You
Can
voted
we,
motion.
Yeah,
can we have the boards wiped? I don't know how to untick my thing, so I end up putting a coffee cup in because I'm worried that we're going to freaking vote this.
Just hit your vote again, right?
Okay.
Thank you. And so we're voting to not.
Yeah.
Therefore, we need a tick if you not, and across the
okay.
not.
No, I wasn't trying to make that confusing. It was just the way it was written.
No, it was confusing. Thank you, Becca. This is going so much better.
Yep. So we've got
Rob.
just
Rob, you voting?
Lost track.
You're
Are
right.
you
In
voting?
favour of not.
Not having. I thought I'd already voted.
If you don't want community boards, you put a green tick.
Yeah,
If you do
yeah.
want,
okay.
I'd already
Thank
voted, but obviously it got wiped off.
Timed out.
Thank you. The motion to not have community boards is carried. Now we have just a series of the noting recommendations. We can include that as part of Councillor O'Leary and Van Oosten's final recommendation. So H, which includes the community committee recommendation, plus just the other minor noting recommendations that we've got there.
Can you tell us what those
so
are?
Becca, it's C to G with the new H. Is that right?
Correct.
Does everybody understand that? Yeah. Okay, let's go.
Have we got a mover and a seconder for that?
I'm
I'll
happy to
move.
second Angela's motion.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Emumu.
And move.
Oh shit, I meant to vote.
You're not on mute, mate.
No.
You know,
Right. The motion is carried unanimously.
Is that it?
Your worship, a procedural motion.
Oh,
Yeah,
oh.
no, I want to hear it.
The procedural motion is that we close the meeting and we move the confidential segment of the meeting to another day to be agreed.
Hang on, can I just ask, without giving any confidence as well about data section, what if there's anything time sensitive, please?
Yep.
Or
Yep.
second.
Mayor Paula, there is the recommendations from committees, including the CBD
Okay,
hospice
that's
stuff.
to carry on. I'm sorry, it's a long day. We knew it was
No, but that's not PX. That's just one more item, and then we could absolutely do what Ewan suggests.
well, we might be.
Chris, what about the contract?
Excuse me. Actually, what takes more time is everyone chiming in just a little bit right now. I agree. Let's carry on. And also, I understand this contract thing, sort of pivotal timing. That's why you popped your face up, isn't it, Chris?
Yes, correct.
So look, let's just chuck on. and try and get through. It is a long day, but we have had some mighty big debates today. So let's just hang in there for. I think we should get it all done in the next.
Your Worship, it's a procedural motion. You've got to put it.
Do you still want to put it, given that staff have said there's some consequences, or not?
I would simply suggest, although we shouldn't be debating, we could call another meeting for an hour tomorrow to process if it's urgent. We're just seeing bad decision. We're tired. This is bad governance. We can come back tomorrow.
I don't think I can, but.
That's why we sometimes have a deputy. Anyway, we've got to put the motion. I've moved a procedural motion, Your Worship.
Okay.
If I lose, then we carry on.
Stop now without completing the business of the day. You go with procedural motion.
Is it being seconded?
Doesn't have to be seconded, does it?
It does need to be seconded.
Second.
I second.
Can I ask a question on your procedural motion, Ewan? I don't know if you're allowed to.
No, you can't. It's a procedural motion.
Or was the intention to finish the white and put the pink tomorrow, or was it to just stop now?
I mean, from a pragmatic point of view, I'm happy to finish the white.
Becca, can you step in and keep the process, please? The procedural motion needs to be put, right?
The procedural motion has been put to adjourn the meeting. We need to just specify when the meeting will re-adjourn. It needs to be put to the vote. So we can suggest some possible times. We're probably looking like we might be able to get something in 9 till 12 on Tuesday, but there will be some clashes.
That's why I asked the question.
Yep. So we will need to put that to the vote now.
An economic development meeting on Tuesday. Oh no.
So, what are we waiting on, Becca, please? Rob, Cash.
The procedural motion is lost. 547 against.
Okay, let's move forward as quickly as we can through the business at hand, please, councillors. Thank you. We're going to the items, recommendations from Open Committee, item 13, right? As I said.
So we've got Community Committee as the first one.
Yep, I've got a motion on the table that I've sent to Becca, seconded by Councillor Wilson on that one.
Did you want to just explain that one?
Oh, sure. You don't want to put it up. Okay. It's about the arts policies and the memorial policies. And what I'm suggesting is that we approve the policies with the omission of the references to the task force. So we still have the arts panel, but the task force is off the table for the moment.
Brilliant. Any questions on that anybody needs to have to understand what's going on there?
Would anyone support limiting debate time to like 1.5 minutes or something?
Yeah, 2 minutes. We'll make it 2, but hopefully we won't have to debate everything.
I don't even think, yeah.
Suite of decisions. So 2 minutes, is that right? Fine. Everybody happy to go 2 minutes? All in favour? Opposed? 2 done. Okay, so everybody understand what Mark is about with this one? Yeah. Okay. I don't want to rush it. I do want you to understand it, but let's go. So,
yep,
do you want to speak to that, or
yeah? I'll go very quickly, Mayor Paula, if I may. Look, it's one of those. It's been split right down the middle, pretty much for the entire procedure. This one, there are 2 entities we're looking at putting in with the arts policies. One is a arts panel, and the other one is an arts task force. An arts panel works before the process, and if you want to put a piece of art in town, it goes through the arts panel, which supplies us with all the decent information. It's filled with incredibly good people, etc. And they do a great job, and they look for cultural insensitivities and all that sort of stuff before it even comes to us. So I think that's got pretty broad acceptance. Where I differ from the policy is the formation of a formal arts task force, which is designed to look at existing art and go through all that. And to me, it's an unnecessary piece of policy. We don't need it in there. It doesn't preclude the CEO or the general manager of community from calling a task force from time to time should something a la Captain Hamilton come up. But if it's in policy, I actually find it quite limiting in there. So because everything has to go through that task force. So I'm just saying, let's take it out, keep it a bit simpler. Let's put the arts panel in first, let it do its job. It'll do a great job, and keep ourselves free to make better decisions should something happen.
Okay. Councillor O'Leary.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Southgate. Super supportive of removing the task force. It's a reactionary process that will force those on it, BAG's definitely not, to make a moral decision on public art, and we shouldn't be doing that. Quite simple.
Thank you. Is there any other further discussion or debate that anybody wants to have on this one?
Well, I would just add thanks to the staff for doing a great job on the policy though. They've worked really hard on it.
Okay. All right, we will go to the vote then, so that there's no other vote on the table, so for or against the removal of the task force group element. Is that right, Becca?
Correct.
Okay, let's go.
Martin, Maxine.
Ms. Martin.
Yes.
Yep, the motion is carried unanimously.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Anything else in yours?
No, that's all there was from ours, I think.
Next, Becca, is
the Strategic Growth Committee Future Proof Report update. So the recommendations for that.
Also move. Oh, Dave did one.
Dave's not here.
I'll move.
Not here, man.
I don't. Blair, did you need to say anything on this, or?
No, I think it's the chair's report and future proof, but it's self-explanatory. Happy to just take them as I read, Paula.
Okay. Deputy of Strategic Growth, want to second or anything?
Yep.
Yep, thank you. So I moved. Councillor Hamilton has seconded. I don't have any debate. It stands on its own. Anybody questions? No. Any debate? Right, let's go to the vote. Thanks.
I think we already have.
Okay, cool. I want to be expedient with time, but not fully and rush people through it.
I just want to express my jealousy that Blair's outside.
No, it's not.
Are
Okay,
you
what's
outside?
The motion, I'm just, Ryan's not voted, but I'm assuming you're voting for. So the motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. Next, please.
Next is the Central City River Plan Advisory Group recommendations.
I'm happy to move those, Mayor Paula.
I've
Got
got
a question on
a
this if I could.
Yes,
Would-
absolutely. Question.
I can quickly I could quickly summarise. It might help, Ryan. Is that okay?
Yep, quick summary sounds good.
So they're a complicated sort of set of motions, but to a very simple goal, and that is basically they're rolling out existing outdoor dining licenses, fast tracking new outdoor permits, giving staff discretion about spreading tables further, and thus temporarily ignoring our bylaws, and supporting industry attempts to get the liquor laws very temporarily tweaked to allow that to happen. And it applies for the whole city, not just the central city.
Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, just a question on the impact on revenue. We generally don't approve, while I'm sympathetic to what we're trying to achieve here, we don't generally approve remission of existing fees and charges without having that costed and without knowing what the impact is in terms of our revenue line.
Can staff comment on that? It's a legitimate question.
Yeah, I'm just seeing if there's anyone here who can help with that. It's a good question, Councillor Rob, about the.
Lance, Blair, I mean, I certainly was at the meeting. It's not my area, but I don't believe the revenue impact was significant, Councillor Rob.
Yeah, look, I'm not that concerned as to how significant it is. We have got policies in place that where we do make revenue changes, we generally report that and its impact on our balancing the books and so forth. I would have thought our revenue, because one of the lines that I understand that the additional seats and facilities won't be charged, but we're also providing remission to existing fees and license charges. So I understood that was quite a reasonable revenue line. But look, I haven't gone back and researched the line. But in any account, we should have some oversight in terms of if we're approving this this option for hospitality industry, which I support, we should have it already taken into account in terms of what our budget line loss is likely to be.
Could I suggest that you may want to just add another element to the resolution that staff provide that information?
Well, yeah, I'd like to see it before I voted on it. So I won't be supporting it unless we've got that revenue line. We've got oversight on what that actual cost is.
Perhaps
we haven't got the exact figure.
Lance, perhaps
I don't think we've got any figures.
Perhaps you would.
No, sorry, I'm trying to recall, Councillor Jeff, what the discussion was at the advisory group, but I'm just looking on Diligent. I think the agenda information for that's actually disappeared.
David's online. Does David know that?
Yeah, I was just no, I don't know the answer, but I'm just maybe it might be helpful if we were able to bring that through to the Finance Committee and the finance report that Tracy puts forward and shows the impact of any changes on the financial strategy.
Okay, can we do that? Can we make that part of the resolution? I have to say, and Jeff, you may want to talk to this because we've been working really hard on the background on this.
Yeah, look, I don't want to impede the progress that we're making and the opportunity that we're creating, but I'm just a little bit disappointed that we haven't, as we do with everything else, measure that impact.
We hear you. What is that? On page 149 of the agenda, are you saying, Becca? Is that for a reason or just to the letters where it is? Sorry, you're mute.
149 is.
No. I think Becca's putting it 9, but I couldn't. I just on one thing, because I have been part of this work with Jeff. The reason for this was that time is money, and it's really, really critical. Some of our hospitality businesses are falling over or likely to fall over very soon if they cannot get an increase of patronage, and the way they achieve that is through this additional outdoor space, and these are the mechanisms by which we get that.
Could we bring this particular item back to the reconvened or the adjourned meeting in the next few days? And vote on that then?
We're not adjourning, we're carrying on.
Are we going to go through the public excluded part? Okay. I thought we were only doing this part.
Okay, Ryan, can I take your questions, please?
Yeah, thanks. Look, just to follow on from this morning, Lance, regarding these recommendations and our submission from Mrs. Renwick, the hospitality lady. Does this apply just to CBD, or does it extend to the wider suburban hospitality as well?
It's the whole city.
Oh, cool. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, and I think Deputy Mayor Jeff said that in his preamble. You might have missed it. Yeah, I think he did say that. So thanks, Jeff.
Councillor Gallagher, question?
No, sorry, it's a 1 minute contribution to the debate, 30 seconds. Okay. So I'll wait my turn.
Okay, can we put down all the ticky boxes to someone? I can't see the light by, and I'm not sure how to get it down. Thank you. Question, Maxine?
Oh, yes, I'm unmuted. I just wondered if there was a time not in terms of 2021, 22, but in terms of AM/PM, just in terms of the noise nuisance that might be experienced by residents and others, and how we might overcome that.
Would you like me to answer that, or Lance? Or I can.
I'm good with anybody.
Best place to. Lance, do you want to make a comment on that? Are there any risks to that kind of outside of what sort? Is it a small extension?
Well, they still need a permit, and that has all that information in it when they've applied previously or they apply in the future. So this is more around extending and what they've got now, and them not paying fees, so that they got some relief from that. That's my understanding. Deputy Mayor Jeff, you might know a bit more.
Yeah, no, I think you're bang on. My understanding is that staff still have discretion in the arrangements that they're going to make.
It's just as the enabler.
Yeah. So this gives them the leeway to start getting into the arrangements and discussions with the hospo guys.
Okay. Any other questions? If not, we're going to move.
Well, I guess just in terms of that, would there then be restrictions around the lateness of it, the number of people, the noise management, etc., that can be managed through that secondary process?
Yeah, correct. So through the permitting process, all that has to be taken into account. So, and I think the lady from the hospitality industry actually said that they weren't wanting to negate the compliance matters related to that. I think she mentioned that this morning, and Vanessa said that the other day too.
Mm-hmm. So what says Maxine is an extension of the space within the licence conditions already prevailing. So there will be a lot of conditions over it, and it's not a wholesale spread out anywhere you like, as long as you like the regime. But it enables more tables to go outside and enables more food to be sold accordingly.
Mayor Paula, I've just spoken to Kelvin Powell, and hopefully he's about to jump onto the call. So he might be able to shed some light on these questions if I can't see if he's jumped in yet or not.
He's just arrived by the looks.
There he is now.
So he might be able to help.
Like looking for a pin in the cushion. Where are you, Kelvin? Speak to us, and you'll pop up.
I think that's needle in the haystack, but I'm not.
I know. Well, yes. Any metaphor will do it this time of day.
Kelvin, Councillor Rob was asking, what's the revenue we get from outdoor dining permits and the like? Because there's the series of recommendations that came from the Central City and River Plan Advisory Group. They don't actually mention the effect on revenue. Do you have a ballpark figure that you could let elected members know what it is annually?
Short answer is, Lance, no, I don't. And to be saying otherwise would be a guess on my part. I know that we charge $25 per table and chairs, but that goes across the entire city. It's every cafe, every restaurant, So look, I would be, I'm sorry, Councillor Rob, it would be a guess if I was to try and give you anything of a concrete nature.
Okay, so we're going to make sure that comes back to finance, but
I'd prefer you not to give me an estimate. I'd prefer something that is close to what the actual revenue stream is. So thanks for that, Kelvin.
Thank you, that's helpful. And just while we've got you here, because I really do want to move to the vote, Kelvin, is there any serious reservation you have about this temporary adjustment to the way that hospitality can operate?
No, we can work with policy. I think from what Deputy Mayor Jeff has been talking about, there is enough flex in there. It's about some engagement by us. It's about trying to develop a can-do, accepting that there are some restrictions, as everyone understands, around the alcohol legislation, and that will ultimately determine how successful and how far we can go with this. We can make some changes that will allow some greater flexibility for a local coffee shop who already has an outdoor dining permit, we can give them some more flexibility, but it is the alcohol which I'm led to believe is going to be the big enabler to make this really a significant winner.
Okay, thank you. So we've heard the debate.
Just one more little thing.
Yep.
Just in terms of the noise, look, I know that, you know, my family is a good indicator of put a bit more alcohol in them and they get noisier. Apologies, whānau. And that by being that enabler, by allowing more people out and alcohol, there is the potential for that. Do we have also the ability then to review it during the time frame that Deputy Mayor is considering here?
Look, we have separate provisions under the RMA in relation to noise if we needed to be doing something in that respect. I'm not sure that we're necessarily talking about a huge big influx. What we're talking about is using the space better and actually having people spread out slightly further. We may not, in fact, have more people than we would have necessarily otherwise had, but we get around the restrictions of COVID in terms of the total numbers we can have in a space.
Cool. Anything else, Max?
Thank you. No, that's all.
Okay, let's go to the debate, but we don't need to labour it. But do you want to say a few quick words on this, Jeff?
Yeah, look, I'll be very, very quick. As Melissa said this morning, it's really, it probably applies, I would say it might only apply to a dozen hospo outlets who are actually able to do it anyway, maybe a few more, but it allows them they're completely struggling, and it allows them, particularly in level 2, to whether in premises where they're too small under current social distancing rules to make even enough money to carry on, it would give them the ability to make $1 so they can carry on. Hospo has suffered dreadfully during COVID, especially in the last, well, right through really. And you know, these operators are a huge part of the fabric of our city, and they're desperately hurting. Some will survive, some will go to the wall anyway. But this is one little thing we can do to support them. You know, it's unprecedented times where we have to actually think outside the square, do things we wouldn't normally do, and just try and extend a bit of generosity. And I would suggest, you know, you're probably looking at hundreds of dollars. You know, it's really, to me, it's very, very minimal, and I think there's a real desperation and need, and it's something we can do. So I would urge my colleagues to support it.
Okay. I'm going to be short and to the point as the seconder. Started discussing this with hospitality and Food Waikato and others, and Jeff some time ago. Each time that the COVID lockdown keeps our hospitality severely restricted, it just gets worse and worse. So it came to a critical head, I think. So we've been able to have a few really good conversations, not only with the CBD, but also widely, and come up with some solutions that aren't too much of an imposition or hurt to council, but will make a world of difference to hospitality in the short term. It's not a permanent fix, and we'll have more opportunity to consider how we do business in new ways under COVID as we go forward. Thanks. Councillor Gallagher.
Yeah, thank you. And obviously, I don't, in democratic debate, I don't always agree with the Deputy Mayor on issues, but on this one, you know, this one, I just want to shout out and praise him for the excellent work he's doing as the convener of the advisory group. And this is a really good example of the sleeves rolled up practical approaches to solutions and working with the CBD and the hospitality industry. I think that's very important. But obviously acutely aware of the absolute sleepless nights that people in the hospo industry are going through because of events totally beyond their control. And I think not only is this a positive for a number of businesses, but it sends a very clear signal that we want to do what we can respectively to help. So I think in the current circumstances, this is a good idea. I think moving forward, subject to the reservations that Councillor Maxine raised and questions around noise issues, I hope this is going to evolve us to a more, a maturer and a good city in terms of dining out and enjoying a nice lunch and a nice dinner. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, look, I totally support the intent to assist the hospitality sector and appreciative of the work that Jeff and his working group are doing in the CBD area. But look, I'm going to oppose the recommendation because there are no costings as to the effect that this decision will have on the financial budget. We have a number of challenging times ahead with this COVID lockdown, and we're already starting to stack up a whole lot of costs that councillors want in next year's annual plan. If we've got 3,000 tables right around the whole city and we give up all of those fees, we're talking about $150,000 a year in revenue. So it's not a few $100s. And I think that it's a bad precedent, and certainly not one I want on my watch, that we would make decisions without looking at the financial impact and being able to make the decision for the right reasons, but also knowing full well what that decision is going to cost us in terms of our budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor O'Leary.
Thank you. Look, hugely supportive of the work that Deputy Mayor and the Mayor and others have done on this, fully support it. As some of you know, my previous life was in hospo for around a decade. It's one of the toughest ways to make a buck, particularly if it's a small owner-operated business. It's one of the most regulated retail type front-facing businesses. Staff have to be trained and licensed. They have to have a license to operate. Penalties are tough if they get it wrong. Excise tax on alcohol is high and increases every year. And on top of that, we charge for every table and every chair to support our CBD in an outdoor hospitality environment, which one might think is not a very hospitable way to run a central city. They've done it really, really tough through this pandemic, and I certainly hope that the government moves quickly and positively to allow them to fully operate as hospitality in this new way, because this is the new world. So well done to those that have worked really hard on this.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Councillor Bunting.
Just want to endorse the great work of the teams. While I haven't worked in hospitality, by crikey, I've indulged in it a lot. And I think this is actually a good, progressive, an exciting, positive thing. It's one of the most positive things we've done all day. So glad to vote for it.
Thank you. Councillor Van Oosteren.
Thank you, and please don't think my questions are anything but just inquiring and ensuring that we don't put ourselves in a really difficult position in putting this forward. Deputy Mayor, I implored the initiative brought forward here and look to support it fully and endorse our great businesses and employers in the hospitality sector and acknowledge the difficulty that they're going through. Kelvin, you've been able to give me some real comfort about some of the parameters under which these licenses will operate, and I can see nothing but good from allowing to have tables out, but am mindful that those views aren't seen right across the city, and that some residents can see us allowing a noise situation. So just want us to be careful about how we manage that. Kia ora, and look forward to supporting it further.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Sorry, was it me?
Yeah, sorry, Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, I've gone underwater again a bit.
Oh, I don't know what's going on. Councillor Hamilton.
Look, just quickly, well done, Jeffrey Taylor and team. Good effort. And And look, Rob is right. We should have those figures. They should be readily available. Potentially staff had time between the approval of that meeting and now, but notwithstanding the fact, the cost of not doing anything, I think in this instance is greater, especially in this time. We've got everyone on the fringe. Hospitality in our region is suffering. So we need to do all that we can. Last COVID, we gave out grants, and in some ways this is actually better than giving out money. We're effectively offsetting costs that we might not otherwise charge, but if they go out of business, well, we wouldn't be getting any revenue anyway. I also think it's a good opportunity just to wrap some comms around this. I think of our friend, Mr. Lawrenson, often is quite quick to criticise council, but I'm sure him and others will appreciate this work, and we can be transparent about those figures and those costs that we're supporting them, because we need to actually be in this together and pull out all the stops that we can do, the levers that we can control to impact. And this can be the difference sometimes between survival or not. So let's do it.
Councillor Thompson. Councillor Thompson, am I clear enough?
Yeah, thank you. Just a quick thanks to yourself and Deputy Mayor for pushing this along, and hopefully our advocacy work in terms of enabling things around licenses will be successful as well. I think it's a really good way to enable eating places to operate safely, but also add to the vibrancy of our central city. I think this is actually outdoor dining, and having more people on the street and using our public spaces in this way is the way forward. So while it's temporary, it could be something that we look at for the long term too.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Look, I want to acknowledge and thank the great work of the Deputy Mayor and yourself, Mayor Paula, on this issue. Let's just take a moment and think what we're being asked to do. We have had a desperate call from a sector of business that is one of the corner points of Hamilton's reputation. Good restaurants, great entertainment, and they are hurting. They are hurting. They are hurting more than any other business sector in the country due to COVID. And although I'm all for financial prudence, you would have to be disconnected with the pain to think that it makes sense to stymie, limit, delay. And so this is why, without hesitation, and if it's $150,000, it's $150,000. But what this is really about is jobs, people's welfare, and ensuring we have a city that's worth playing, living in. And I'm happy on this occasion not to be too overwhelmed by not having the exact figures. But I'll remind colleagues the next time they put forward a motion that we don't have everything at our fingertips, because I just find it incredulous that there would be any hesitation in wanting to support this desperate need from the business sector in this moment of need.
Thanks, everyone. Okay, I think we've done debate. Do you need to write a reply, Jeff? No. Okay, let's go to the vote, please.
The ticky boxy things.
The ticky box thing. Yeah, that's right. The ticky box thing. That's what it's called. Okay, Becca, lost you. Where have you gone?
Sorry, I am here. So the motion is carried, 11 for, 1 against.
Okay. What have we got? Any other recommendations from the committee?
No, that's the last recommendation. So just the resolution to exclude the public.
So we'll do that, and I'll tell you what we're going to do and exclude it. And public excluded, it won't be the whole raft of business, but it'll be some of it. Yes, Councillor Hamilton.
I second your move to Pump PX.
Brilliant. Thanks.
And
Angela.
Paula, just a question on how we're going for length of time. Have we exceeded our?
Let me get into PX and I'll tell you what I propose.
Okay.
Okay.
You're going to release us
Very, very
from this purgatory.
I know.
All right. And
It's
I
like
can't
the day that never ends. Sorry.
All right, we're out of this and into PX for a short while. Let's go.
Normally I say I want to go home, but that's a small problem with it.
It's a quick